Shalom? I guess he might be having trouble. Got roots. Okay.
There's a question on the from AIM. AIM Kitar asks, can the blind mean a person who lack of knowledge about life situations and we use it against them for our own beliefs?
Absolutely. That would be an intelligent way of looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be an intelligent way of looking at it. Now, there's a commandment that was placed. I guess maybe his mic is bad. I don't know. But he put a commandment in a room. Let me see if I can post it, if it would allow me to. Did that work? Yeah, it came.
Mm-hmm.
Moray Karut says, by the, go ahead, Ema, your thing.
Okay. Maury Karut says, by the mouth of two witnesses or more should a matter be established, but by the mouth of one it should not stand.
Absolutely. Now, the only thing we need for you to do is explain that to the family. Give the understanding and the understanding of what that commandment means so that you'll educate people when you give the commandment. All right. Anyone else? Is there anyone else who wants to give a commandment today? I want to give shout outs to Brother Isaiah, Zeke, not Zeke. Zeke is my daughter. Zeke is the brother. Isaiah, Brother Zeke, 17th and Diamond. May the Most High be praised. So that's for you, Brother Zeke. And thank you for joining us, bro. And I pray that you get some education and edification out of this, that it helps you to develop in your spiritual growth and your spiritual walk with the Most High. All right. So is there anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? We get ready to move on, family. Y'all know how we do. It's that time. All right. Nobody else wants to thank the Most High. Did I miss anything, Ema? I ain't miss anything, did I? It is time to get started with the lesson, right?
Okay.
All right. Just making sure I'm on the right page. May the Most High be praised. And all of you who are in the background, when we take you off the screen, it doesn't mean that your voice won't be heard. So what we would like for you to do is participate in the conversations and what's taking place. You can have your opinion on the matter. You can speak up, and if for those of you who are on the platform, if you want to join, I done posted it again. If you want to join the conversation, I'm going to send a link so that you can join the conversation and speak your part. All these things are greatly needed and necessary. May the Most High be praised. All right? So let's get started. Here we go. We gonna get started. The first thing I wanted to share was this. It was a commandment that came out today that I thought was very important, that I just wanted to talk a little bit about before we get into our lesson. And this is the commandment. Is that large enough for you all? I don't know how to make it any bigger. There you go. But it's going to be smaller. Let me see if I can make it any bigger for you. All right. Is that enough?
Okay.
All right. And that was Sister Laurel's commandment. It stood out a little bit to me. And I wanted to elaborate just a little bit on that commandment before we went into the class today. It says, and he said, go and tell this people, hear ye indeed, but understand not. No. Do y'all understand those words? Hear ye indeed, but understand not. Her commandment ties into today's lesson on a very powerful level. If you're not speaking, please mute your mic. If you're not speaking, please mute your mic. And when you're ready to speak, unmute your mic and say whatever you need to say. I will be quiet and allow you the opportunity to speak, because sometimes things come to you And we understand that and we accept that. But this was very important when she that was her commandment that she chose for the day. He said, "Go and tell the people, hear ye indeed, but understand not, and see ye indeed, but perceive not." This is a reality in life that we're dealing with today, where so much of life is right before us, but we don't see it. We don't hear it. We don't acknowledge it. So much is right there before us, dealing with the realities of life that goes through ignored because you can't, or the Most High didn't open up your mind to see what lies right before you, which some people call the obvious. Sometimes the obvious is not so obvious. Sometimes the Most High put blockers or boundaries on people's minds where they can't see what appears to be so simple for you to see. This links back to the conversation we had when we opened up the class. This is why some people are in different ways of life or different religions and can relate to people who don't see or understand as they relate. This is one of those things that put a boundary in all of us being people of the Most High. This is one of those things that's used. A lot of us, we hear, but we can't hear for real, or we'll see, but we can't understand what's really before us. And that's when you know there's need for a teacher. When there's need for a teacher, if you have the need, one will come, but will you hear what the teacher has for you, the lesson that's being prepared for you? Even with a proper teacher, the Most High has to first open your mind to understanding so that you can receive the words of that teacher. Because just because the teacher appears don't mean you're going to understand that teacher. You have to submit yourself to the will of that teacher. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. For those of you who might still be saying, I don't understand what you're talking about, Prince. Let me give you an example. We got a brother who works with us. His name is Jose. Jose is Dominican. He speaks Portuguese. And he be teaching me how to speak Portuguese sometimes. And I'm getting there. Every time we call, bom dia. Long as it's in the morning, that means good morning. Bom dia is good morning. And I'm getting there. And I appreciate Jose for taking the time to educate me and teach me what he's teaching me. I talked to Jose yesterday. We had a meeting about a job we're trying to get done. And for some reason, Jose felt the need to tell me this. He says, Prince, I don't eat pork. I'm getting pork completely out my diet. I'm trying to exaggerate his voice because he has a different, with the accent, the soft tone, he has a different voice. So I don't eat pork anymore, Prince. I stopped eating meat. Almost. I'm almost got it out my diet completely. Almost. He says, I'm stopped doing this and stopped doing that. And he mentioned a few other things that he was doing, all because may the glory go to the Most High. Praise be to the Most High from everlasting to everlasting. But he started talking about all the different behaviors that he changed in his life because Jose sits in these classes and listen. And don't say anything. He'll just be in the background listening. And now he submitted himself to this teaching. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, his eyes have been opened. He's able to receive because the Creator blessed him based upon his efforts of coming in, just sitting back and listening and not responding. Y'all hear what I'm saying to you? He says to me, his daughter, she's about 3-4 years old, she don't eat pork no more. Oh, come on. I don't understand if y'all understand how significant that is. He's Dominican. They love pork. Pork is a delicacy for them. They tear pork up. All day, all night, they eat pork. So for him to separate himself from that is a big thing. For his daughter to separate herself and say, I don't want this, or they not feed her, is a big thing. It's a beautiful thing. But it's not because of Prince. It's because he opened up the doorway for the Most High to give him something. He stepped through the threshold and said, all right, I'm willing. And the Most High just gave him blessings. He's learning, he's educating himself spiritually to be in tune with the Almighty. And it's a wonderful thing. Same thing I'm saying about go and tell this people, hear ye indeed, but understand not. The people will hear the messages that's being broadcast, Shabbat, Shabbat, to Shabbat, to Shabbat. They'll hear the messages, but they won't receive and understand, because the application of understanding is submission. Giving yourself over to a certain thing in a certain area is very important when it comes to you understanding what that thing is all about. Let me travel. This is really deep, and it's a lot deeper than what the average person sees. And this is the last attempt I'm going to give on it, unless the Most High gives me something else. When I was in college, I had a math class. And at that time, I believe it was Algebra 1, Algebra 2. Basic primary math. And everybody in the school had math class. Whomever had it, they had math classes as well. So now when you're sitting trying to learn algebra, it's very difficult. And it was very difficult for most people to learn algebra, myself included. Do you know when algebra became easier to me? Algebra became easier to me when it became a part of my life. When I went to school, classes might have been for about 45 minutes. That's not really enough for you to really absorb and bring it in to you. It's not really enough. Just like a Shabbat day, coming to worship on the Shabbat and the Shabbat only is not really enough for you to get the whole essence of what the Father's trying to deliver to you. I didn't fully understand the algebra class until I talked to my teacher, and she allowed me to come to another class right after my class or before my class. So I got double dose of algebra. I didn't get to fully understand algebra until I went home from the school and studied algebra on my own, opening up my mind to application. Once I began to apply it in my daily life, not just on those 90 minutes of class with those 2 classes, but also after school, submerging myself in the desire and passion of learning algebra, I mastered it. And I got an A in that class. Same thing with the principles of serving this King, the Creator. A lot of us have been part-time Hebrew Israelites in our lives. Hence the lesson. How long will you be limped between 2 opinions? A lot of us have been part-time servants of the Most High. Therefore, this parable that Isaiah is speaking falls in proper alignment with us. We are guilty of this because we only give of the Most High on the Shabbat day, and we sit on these classes, and this is all we give to the Creator. And you're not going to get the full benefit of the Most High until it becomes a full part of your life. It has to compass you completely. Your children got to be a part of it if you're a part of it, if you have control over that. Your wives have to be a part of it if you're a part of it, if you have control over this. Outside of the Shabbat day, you have to read, you have to study, you have to make application, apply yourself. And then one day you'll wake up and you say, well, damn, I didn't even know this thing was like this. I've been doing this for 10, 15 years. Now my eyes have been opened. And now I have received understanding. And where that comes from, family, is by submerging yourself into showing the Most High, submerging yourself into the desire to learn it, to absorb it, to bring it in. What I'm speaking about is a key to spiritual development. The crackhead on the street didn't smoke crack one time and all of a sudden he's a crackhead. That's not it. Because if he smoked crack one time and left it alone, he wouldn't be a crackhead. He would just be somebody who smoked crack one time. The reason why he's a crackhead is because he absorbed himself with the whole motion of smoking crack. He did it all the time. He did it all. It became a part of his life. And then he became a crackhead. You can take that same energy in a positive way with anything that you desire to have in your life. Proper application brings about the proper results. You can do that with anything in your life and bring greatness into your life with anything you want to do. Don't never let nobody tell you that there's something that you cannot do. If you made your mind up that this is what I want to do, you have to apply it to your life completely. And I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to talk about this brother one more time, and then I'm going to leave that brother alone. This is the last time I'm going to talk about this brother, probably till next Shabbat. Nasik Shema. Nasik Shema, been in Israel now for about 12, 13 years maybe. 12, 13 years maybe. And I've been in Israel over 30-something years. Nasik Shema knows more Hebrew than I do. He speaks Hebrew better than I do. How? Because Hebrew to me been like a part-time educational thing. I went to college for Hebrew too. I went to Gratz College and learned Hebrew in Gratz College. My elders, who I got to give the first respect to, taught me. Elder Ishkael and another couple elders. Can't think of the other elders. Elder Ezra. These brothers taught me Hebrew, and another brother taught me Hebrew when I first came into this way of life. Can't think of his name. But anyway, if I had time, I would be able to think of it. So I thank them for it. So I'm not saying I'm a slouch with the Hebrew tongue. I'm not a slouch with it. But Moreh Shema, Nasik Shema, he has put Hebrew as a priority over even his own employment. He'll be at work somewhere, working somewhere, take a break, and he's on somebody learning and studying Hebrew. He on his lunchtime, he be eating while he got something playing in his ear, teaching him Hebrew. He'll be home during the day, sometime when he ain't out cutting grass or doing whatever he's doing, and he's watching videos, learning. He's paying people to teach him how to better himself in Hebrew, learning and studying. So you know what I do now? Anybody I got that want to learn Hebrew, I'm sending them right to him, because I know he put the time in to manifest the desire that he had within his thoughts to bring it into his life as a reality. He did that. Proper application. He made the sacrifice to learn and to master the language. That was one of the things that he decided he wanted to do when he became knowledgeable of who he was as a Hebrew Israelite. And he has done it. He has been successful and will continue to be successful because he applies it in his life outside of the Shabbat day. Well, he used to be here on my class with us. He used to be in a portion teaching. And when he wasn't talking, I would say something. And I might say something in Hebrew, and I might be a little off. And he's right there. Yeah, Prince, but, Prince, this is the proper way. You got to say it this way, Prince. And guess what Prince do? Prince corrects himself. See, you don't argue with people. You don't dispute with people. You may question for deeper understanding, but you don't argue or dispute with people who put more into what you barely put anything into yourself. You can't do that because you're wrong every time, almost every time. Now, I'm not talking about you with the innate gift from the Creator to do certain things. When you got an innate gift from the Most High, just blessed you in this area with a certain thing, you got that ability. And you can go up against the best of them without doing what they do to get what they got. You got it. I'm not talking about that because the Most High didn't bless me with the innate gift of understanding, reading, and writing Hebrew. He did not bless me with that. So when brothers like himself say, Prince, that's not right, Prince got to go look. Prince got to ask questions. Prince got to investigate. And if he's right, Prince accept, which majority of the time he's right. Same thing I'm saying about the brothers and sisters that we're dealing with today. We don't put enough time in. We got brothers who've been on Israelite for 2 months and they want to be teachers, Maureen. They don't have enough study time in. They don't have enough sitting up underneath for somebody who's learned in this way for any significant amount of time. And I'm talking about learning. I'm not talking about just because he's a teacher, he's worth you talking to, or he got 30 and 40 or 500 people, he's worth you sitting up under. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody that's making proper preparation in their entire lifestyle to worship this king. That's what I'm talking about. And when you get people like that, shut your mouth. Unless you're putting the same type of work in to learn how to worship this king. And the majority of us don't do that. Let's just be real and honest, family. The majority of our brothers and sisters who walk around with an opinion and voice their opinion are not sacrificing their daily lifestyle to worship the Most High. But yet they do have opinions about everything and almost anything. So we have to watch how we move in this life, y'all, because it's real. It is real out here. And the only way you can get proper before the Most High is you got to do what the brother did and open the door to the Most High in sincerity and truth. And if you can do that, then the Most High is with you, and he will hear you, and he will bless you. But if you don't get the Most High the best of you by making those sacrifices as those sacrifices are required, you can't expect the Most High to bless you in those areas on the level that you need to be blessed. You have to slow down and stop moving too fast. And I know that's a little difficult for a lot of us because we want what we want when we want it when we want it. And that's not how the Most High works. May the Most High be praised. So before we move on to the lesson for today, I want to first know if there's any questions about anything that I've said, any comments about anything that has been spoken thus far. And you all have the opportunity to speak. So if you have any questions or comments, now will be the time to ask them. Are there any questions or comments? No, Ima, I'm confused. I don't understand. Let's move forward. Oh, Ima, did you want to speak? Ima, did you want to speak? Okay, please forgive me. All right, let me see how we're going to do this. I kind of like that right there. We go with that. We go with that for a minute. All right. Any questions or comments, family? Do infants fast? That's a good question. Do infants fast? You know, it all depends on what's going on with the infant. And I say that because the human body is miraculous. A lot of people don't know what fasting does for us. And I'll share with you, for those of you who may not know, what fasting does for the human body. When you fast, your body shuts down and begins to work against itself. So if you got any type of sickness or illness or anything inside your body, when you fast, your body begins to burn off all the fat cells and then work toward the cells that are causing sicknesses within the body. So it's always good to fast. The more you fast, the better it is for you, the more disciplined you will be. Mucus is a very strong thing within the human body that causes sicknesses and illnesses in our bodies. At the same time, mucus is something that's completely necessary. Okay, I'm going to try to answer all your questions, chicken broth, the chicken brothel. I'm going to try to answer all your questions before I begin in the lesson. So here's the first one. Even your children in infancy should learn to fast. First thing, in an infant stage, as the child is developing and you're teaching your child how to fast, it teaches your child that he ain't going to always get what he wants. You know, and children need to learn that. Most men in the life of a child, that's how men raise children, because we teach children that you're not going to always get what you want. But a mother in the infants of a life child, and your mothers, y'all here, if I say anything that's not true, speak up, please. Usually a mother hears the baby crying and whining, and she attends to it right away. She pick him up, she cuddle him. The child falls on the ground, get hurt. The mother, oh, she boo-boo, come here, baby, petting him up and treating the child in that manner. But most men don't do that. Most men allow the child to develop and to learn in its infancy. So when Prince says to you, yes, even an infant should fast, it doesn't mean the amount of time that that infant fasts. I can't tell you a specific amount of time to make your child fast whenever your child is fasting, but it should be some type of fast that take place in that child's life so that the chemicals, that the foods that he put in his body, have times to break down and settle within his system. That's just a scientific fact. You know, these are things that needs to be done even in the life of an infant. Now, on Yom Kippur, every soul, if you read the scriptures, Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, I believe it starts around verse 30, 31. But every soul that is Hebrew born must fast on the Day of Atonement. Every soul. So even if you don't allow your child to fast throughout the week or the month, at least on the Day of Atonement, a 5-hour fast, 12-hour fast, however you see fit for your infant, he should fast. And he's going to cry a little bit. You have to compensate him some type of way. But yes, he should fast. All right? May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Yes. All right. Oh, my brother, Mr. Otter says, all who understand did the law. So Abi, the creator, never made the infants fast. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Is Koresh going to, oh, that's the chicken broth. Oh, Koresh is, oh, Shemaiah. Shalom, Shemaiah. How are you? Is Koresh going to have to fast during the holy days? Well, the Day of Atonement, Koresh, he should fast during the Day of Atonement. How long he fasts is one thing. You don't have to let him fast for the complete 24 hours as far as turning away from food. It's not recommended that you have him fast for the complete 24 hours, but if you do what you feel fit because that's your son, and I trust that you will do what's best for him. But he has to have some type of affliction during that 24-hour process upon his souls. All right. Now, Mr. Otter says infants don't understand the laws, let alone why they're fasting. All right. May the Most High be praised. He says, where is the commandment for fasting? Now, that's the wonderful thing about fasting. The only thing about fasting where you hear for the Day of Atonement is in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. Outside of the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 53rd chapter, I believe it is the scripture that talks about fasting and the proper way to fast. I believe it's the 50, is it 53 or 58 and 13? I think it is. It's either 53 and 13 or 58 and 13. Should be 58, Isaiah 58. No, Isaiah 53 and 13.
It don't.
Where is it?
It's in Isaiah 58, and it's not so much of a fast. In Leviticus, it doesn't necessarily tell you to fast. The word is anah, which means to flick or to be brought low, to be brought down. We do see in several situations that our forefathers did fast. That's the discrepancy when it comes down to Yom Kippurim. It doesn't necessarily, you'll never see the word fast, right? The word is just anah, which means to be brought low, to be humbled, to afflict, self-inflict. But the easiest way to afflict your soul in historical, which links us to our ancestors, we see our forefathers fast. We see David fast. We seen the fast, the king of Nineveh, right? During the time of Jonah, fasting sackcloth. We seen Abraham and our other forefathers fasting. I haven't read anywhere where it says fast, but I am aware of Isaiah 58, where the Creator says, "Is there such a fast that I have set before you?" And that's just more, I wouldn't use the word ritual, but that's more common amongst our forefathers that we fast. Um, but I don't think you're ever going to be able to find the word fast as in a command form where we must fast. But However, just not to repeat myself, fasting is the easiest and a more formidable way to do that which is acceptable on Yom Kippurim and shows throughout humility. You see sackclothing and fasting. So that is the secure thing to do. But if one choose not to fast, then they will have to come up with a mechanism or something that would be suffice in their own mind, because we can't say which is pleasable in the eyes of the Creator. But if they choose not to fast, then I would just ask, how will one afflict themselves if you're not fasting? Not saying you have to, but what could be another method that will cause you to be brought low, to humble yourself, to bring and inflict pain upon yourself. So
Now, when you say fast, you mean restrain
I'm
from food and
I'm
water.
strictly talking about refraining from food because there's several fasting methods. But when people normally use the word fast, they're talking about the restriction of food and water. So I'm saying that I have never read in the law or even in Yom Kippurim where it uses the word to describe restriction of food and water. But if one that to me that is the most assured thing. We see all kinds of examples of our forefathers using the restriction of food. You got Dawid, like I said, you got the whole tribe of Nineveh during the book of Jonah. You got our forefathers who fasted from food and water. But if one say you don't have to fast, then I would just pose a question and not to be debatable, but for enlightenment. What else would you do that you think would be suffice for Yom Kippurim?
There you go. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised.
Kip,
Yes, Emo.
I just want to say, like for me as a mother, I think the biggest challenge for mothers is that when we hear, well, when we think about our children going without, we think about the harm first before we think about what's good about it or what can be good about it. And I know some people, I mean, I know many people think I'm very harsh or hard on things. However, like every child, I only had 2 children that were born in this way of life, and they fasted the 24 hours from food, water. For me, and partly is because of the way I grew up, discipline is important, and it starts young. And I know when my parents decided their path of how they wanted to rear us, it didn't matter if we were babies, little children, whatever. When it was time to train us for whatever needed to be done, that's what they did so that we could know it from very young. It wasn't something, I mean, it's just something I know for me. When I think about discipline, it starts immediately because it's something that they'll remember. Like there's things that I remember now as an adult that I know started from probably even before I was born in the womb that my mother constantly said and repeated over and over. So it's not a and when I say that, I don't say it to be challenging to another woman of what she or he, I mean, what she can take from her child's cry, but to understand that a child, unless a child is sick, honestly, them going 24 hours without food or water, it doesn't do them harm. And I say that from a medical standpoint and from the experience of doing it myself. And it just teaches them, because even though you think they're not going to remember, there's things in your brain that you know, once you do it over and over, it's there, and it teaches you to be able to endure certain things as well. So, you know, I just want to say that to be encouraging to mothers, especially young mothers, because I think that's the battle mostly. You're considering the harm first before you consider the good. So,
Well, let me ask you this question.
mm-hmm.
If your child is sick, what's wrong with the fasting for 24 hours?
Well, when I said sick, so it depends on what sickness the child has. Some children who are sick they have to take their medicine. They have to have water. They have to have something within their sickness. So it just depends on the illness that the child may have. And then also just, you know, when it comes time for Yom Kippurim, speak to the doctors or the nutritionists or the wellness physicians that you have amongst you to figure out what's the best way to help your child during that process if you seek for them to fast from food. But as Marie Cruz said, the affliction in any manner that it does, it's a humbling process. And one thing I think that we don't consider is we always say, well, what do children know? All souls know something, regardless of what. Children don't speak to us at a certain point in their life. We don't even understand a child's language until they start speaking words that we know, right? But they're speaking constantly. Like when I hear BK, he's always speaking, and I speak back to him because he's talking to me and he wants me to talk back to him. I talk to him in the way I know how. He talks to me in the way he knows how. But as a parent, as my job is to be like, okay, this is what I want you to do. Because even though I think he don't understand it, he may understand it. We don't know because we don't challenge them. We think, oh, well, they don't understand this, but they do. They understand that you're their mother, you're their father, you're their whoever is who's in charge of them. They understand when it's time to eat, time to sleep, to all those things. So why wouldn't they understand that direction, that affliction? They have their own relationship already with the Creator. We put these barriers on our children like, oh no, they wouldn't know, but they do. They knew the Most High before they knew you. So if we just, we got to think beyond just the material, the physical relationship with, our children, not to even keep going. But my mother used to teach us that your children are not your children. Then they're from you, but they belong not to you. And so when you understand that concept of it, you understand that then they're beyond what you even think that they are. Your job is to just teach them diligently in the most proper manner you can, humbly teaching them how to be humble to the Creator and follow whatever your way of life is, but to follow it in the most righteous manner, diligent manner as possible. And it starts at young.
Very young. And I believe that the earlier you start them in this way of extreme serving the Most High, the easier it is for them to take to it later in life. May the Most High be praised. Thank you, Brother Asa, for that question, that comment. It's a very good question. Where is the command to fast? I like to look at the command to fast in the book of Daniel. It's not even a commandment. We are to, as the Creator says, imitate the perfect man. And we all know that Daniel was one of the perfect men who walked this earth. And I believe it's the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th chapter. I know it's the 9th chapter, where Daniel was down by the river Chabar, I believe it's called. And he was praying, fasting, and meditating before the Almighty. And then the Most High opened up his mind and brought him closer to him. And he began to have a vision or revelation for us, the people. So it's always good to imitate the perfect man in your doings, in the ways in which you do things. Therefore, the Most High can open and speak with you. He's getting fasting. Fasting causes you to get away from the norm and travel into the unnorm, into that spiritual realm. And once you travel in that spiritual realm, because it brings about humility, and humility, pride, arrogance, and ego stands in the way of the Most High speaking with us. So by absorbing yourself in a fast, a significant fast, and praying to the Most High is one of the most powerful ways that we can have conversation with the Creator. You may not understand everything at that particular time, but it will manifest itself and draw out itself once you begin to live life. Infants, Maisha says, infants probably can fast because fasting is good for you, but should they not eat anything at all? See, this is a mother speaking. That's probably up to the parents, right? Yeah, that's a mother speaking. And it shows that the women have that type of mindset to say, oh, let's not be so harsh. Now, I'm not critiquing her. I'm just showing that that's how women feel. And she's right. It's up to the parents. All right. It's good for the soul, though, from young. You're right, Prince. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Brother Asa says, where do we receive instructions to go without food? Okay. Mabane explained that to you a little, to the family earlier. You might have typed this while he was speaking or right there before. I don't know the answer to that. But when we get to the Day of Atonement, the Hebrew word for fasting that we interpret as fasting is anah. And anah actually means, as he stated earlier, it means to afflict oneself. We get the portion of restraining from food as a customary thing that our forefathers had done when they fasted before the Almighty. So that's where we have learned it from, because fasting, as he was stated earlier, is fasting from food and water or things of that nature. It brings a affliction, a dislike, a pain, a suffering upon one's soul or one's flesh. Therefore, we have incorporated that with anah, meaning to fast. All right, so that's it. So, but on the Day of Atonement, just for the record, so you all know, you're not commanded not to eat on the Day of Atonement. What you are commanded to do is afflict your soul. Not eating is something customarily that we find in our people seems to work better than just a simple affliction. But in Isaiah 58, it says a whole lot deeper. It's a different type of fast that the Most High requires of us. But the funny thing about it is that the things that the Most High says what to do in the 58th chapter seems like a lifestyle that we should be living, as opposed to just separating ourselves throughout a certain time of the year to do it this particular way. The commands that the Most High placed in Isaiah 58, it appears to be a lifestyle that we should be embracing on the daily. Therefore, it wouldn't be a fast. So the Most High, by presenting it like Isaiah 58 in a manner that he did, is showing us that our people were that far off from being honorable, righteous, and respectful to the Creator that he had to tell them, yo, man, this is how I want for you to be. Let's travel there for a minute. Let's go there for a minute. Isaiah 58, please. Let me see if I can pull it up for a minute. Isaiah 58. And we're going to read that just for a little bit to get through it. Are you ready? It says, cry aloud, spare not, lift up your voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins. So the Most High is saying this violation that we're doing is a transgression and a sin against him. He says, yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteously and forsook not the ordinance of their Elohim. They ask of me the ordinance of justice. They take delight in approaching unto me, but they're unclean. They're unrighteous. They're not committing themselves completely to what the Most High requires of them. Wherefore have we fasted? Now, this is the people talking to the Creator, that they turned down their plates and they separated themselves from the food that they could eat. Therefore have we fasted. Wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not. Now I did this whole fast and I ain't get no results because the Most High doesn't see anything. Wherefore have we afflicted our soul? And that word should be anah. If you look it up, it should be anah. Wherefore have we afflicted our soul? Now let's look it up real quick, just so we can all be on the same page. Anah, anani, ananu. We've afflicted. Can y'all see the cursor right there? That word is afflict. We afflicted. Ananu. We afflicted. And nefeshnu is our souls. We afflicted our souls. Can y'all see all that? I'll highlight it for those of you so that later on you can see it. We have afflicted our souls. So they're back to the affliction of the soul. And thou seest it not. Thou taketh no knowledge. Behold, in the day of your fast, ye find pleasure and exact all your labors. The Most High is saying that's not a fast. Now watch what the Most High tells us is a fast. Now what I employ to you today is what the Most High is saying is a suffering or an affliction should be our daily lifestyle. But our people were so far away from living a righteous life that the daily lifestyle became a burden for them. This is what the Most High says. Isaiah 58 verse 4. Behold, you fast for strife and debate, and to smite with the fist of wickedness. Ye shall not fast as you do this day, to make your voices to be heard on high. Is it such a fast that I have chosen, a day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? And that's what we do. And we get up and we think we fast, but our mindset is still the same, the initial mindset that we had prior to fasting. The Most High saying that's hogwash. That's only a part of the equation. That's not successfully manipulating your subconscious mind that you will partake and perceive the purpose that I'm giving you for a fast. We putting sackcloth and ashes and sprinkling our face with dirt and dust, and making it, and we mourn and we walk around with our heads down, and we might not eat some food, and we think that we're fasting. But a fast is so much deeper than that it penetrates to the soul. And a lot of us don't pay attention to that. This is what the Most High says. Is this not the fast that I have chosen? To loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke. Now, I want you to pay attention to this, because the Most High is not talking about you breaking your own yoke. He's not talking about you letting your own self go free. He's not talking about you breaking the bands of you being receiving wickedness. He's not talking about that. What the Father is talking about is how you are to treat others and what you are to do for others. So yes, we fast from food and we separate ourselves from physical food. We wear sackcloth and ashes on our face, but our souls are the same once that fast is over. The Most High is saying, what I need you to do in a fast is do these things that you don't normally do. And this is it. He wants us to loose the bands of wickedness. Stop being evil and wicked to your brothers and sisters. The Father wants you to stop that. A lot of us, we have become so consistently wicked to our brothers and sisters that we don't know what it's like to have that removed from our behavior. We gossip, we talk about each other, we backbiting about each other. We're constantly doing wicked things. If your brother comes to you and tell you he needs something, you don't give it to him. And then if you do give it to him, you charge him at a higher interest than what it costs you to get. That's wickedness. That's the kind of wickedness that will be subvert, that a lot of people won't see or nor understand, because it's an undercover type of wickedness. These are the things that the Father wants us to release from our personality, release the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free. A lot of people are oppressed in their relationships, in their lives, in their jobs. How can you help that individual to become a better person? What can you do to make somebody else's life better than what it was when you met them? You see, these are the types of things that the Father wants you to do on a daily. But why he had to mention this is because our people wasn't doing these things. So therefore, he said, this is what I would like for you to do as a fast, because you're not doing it. And then he says, and that ye break every yoke. Breaking every yoke is a very important thing. Let me give you a small example of what breaking every yoke, small example of what breaking every yoke could be. My son has a company where he does lawn mowing and lawn care for people. And he has people that he works with him or for him that he hires. In a process of breaking every yoke, what he does is he pays all his guys at the end of the day. What does that mean? That means you're not tied to me. That means that you can go your way if you choose to go. A lot of people go to work every day. They don't get paid to the end of the week, and they feel like they're stuck in that dead-end job. Well, my son has it set up according to the law that you get paid your pay every day so that you're not bound to me. if you want the freedom to choose to come back to work with me tomorrow, you have that freedom because I'm not tying your money up. So that's what the Father, that's just a small example of how you free every yoke upon a man and give him the opportunity to choose and make a decision for himself how he wants to live. It says, then, no, I moved too fast. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry? Now, dealing your bread to the hungry don't mean you out selling food. Dealing your bread to the hungry, and I want y'all to hear this, it means people that you know who are in need without having to ask you, you give and you share what you have. Now, I'm not telling anybody to go broke, and I'm not telling anybody to give all that they have in order to be in favor with the Most High. But what I am commanding of you is this, that if you have, you must share a portion of what you have with those who have not. That's what I'm commanding you. That's what the Father has put on record for us to do over and over and over in the laws of the Almighty. If someone doesn't have, and this person is somebody that you know, relations or in your conference, in your community, or on your block, in your neighborhood, somebody that's a part of your life, if they are suffering because they're hungry and they are in need, and you have a plethora of what you need and you're not hungry, you are commanded to share with that individual a portion of what you have. So let's say if you have knowledge and you know how to get money, then take that brother or that sister to side and teach them how to fish for themselves. Because if you teach a person how to fish for themselves, you'll feed them the rest of their lives, as opposed to just digging in your pocket, giving them $20 and just feeding them for one meal. There's a difference. So therefore, we're supposed to use the intelligence that the Creator gave us, and we are supposed to help to uplift our people, especially when we have the knowledge and we know how to do it. Is not to deal thy bread to the hungry. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And that thou bring the poor that are cast out of thy house, that you take care of those who can't take care of themselves. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean that you have to take care of them the rest of their lives. But if you're in position, you have to reach back and help somebody else in life to get better in their position of life. You know, if you're able to do, then you do. If you're not able, then you pray to the Most High, you ask of the Most High, and maybe it's some things in your life that you need to change so that the Most High will have somebody come into your life that will help you to be able. These are the things that's necessary. That thou should bring the poor that is cast out of thy house. When thou seest the naked, that thou covereth him. See, that was one of the sins that Canaan did, or Ham. He saw his father physically naked, and he made fun, he laughed, and he joked about his father's nakedness. But I want to share something with you. The Father's not just talking about physically naked. Think about this for a second. Your physical clothes that's on your body is covering you. When those clothes are removed, it means that your body is without what it needs to protect itself. You follow me? So the Father went deep on this one. He says, those people who are not able to do for themselves, you help them to do for themselves. You help to clothe them. You teach him, you show him, or you provide for them in a manner that you see fit, how to get clothes, how to get food, how to get shelter, how to be educated enough to teach their children the discipline of survival in this life. It doesn't just speak to the point of us having physical clothes. That's only one essence of it. Yes, it's talking about that, but it's talking on another level. If you got a neighbor next door to you and you know that they're suffering, the husband might not be, he might be an alcoholic or might not even be there. Let's say he ain't even there. It's always a different approach to these situations. She's struggling. You know, she's getting a welfare check. Public assistance is helping her out. She's having a hard time. She was married, but he turned out to be a bum. He left. You, as a righteous man, should be looking after the needs of that family. You ain't got to know her. It ain't nothing about give me your number or do my hair or let me come over and have intercourse with you. It ain't got none of that to do with being a righteous man. Your responsibility to that family is simply because you see that they are in need and they're your people. Just the simple fact that you see they are in need is your responsibility to help them. Now, you don't have to meet all their needs. You don't have to take on that burden of the whole family for the rest of their lives unless you choose to. And if you do so, there's always a way for you to do so lawfully and not get yourself in trouble by the judges. You follow me? You don't have to be always looking to gain something from helping somebody and being kind and merciful to someone. And if you are a person that's looking to always gain, then you're not moving in a righteous spirit. Because you should do more for people than you receive in return. And if you're not doing more for people than what it is that you receive, you can never be in a position of leadership. Because as a leader, I'm going to tell you, it's a lonely life. It's a hard life. And it's a broke life. People will be constantly in need. You got 40 and 50 families under your care. You're responsible for the welfare of all 40 and 50 families. If the husband ain't working, get hurt on the job and ain't got no income, that family becomes your responsibility. You have to understand the duties of a leader to be an effective leader in this life. And most people do not understand. Now, there's a difference between a moray and a leader. A moray is a teacher. A leader is a teacher plus a leader. They are two different things. So what I'm trying to explain to you right now today, family, is if you got someone that classifies themselves as your spiritual leader, you should be able to rely on them for every need that you have in your life in case of an emergency. If you need a place to go, your leader should be able to provide you with a place to go. Even if it's not under his roof, he should be able to call somebody up and say, hey, listen, I got a family over here that needs this. I need your help. Can you help me? Sure. Call you back. Hey, bro, take your family to 945 Main Street. You can stay there for 6 months. I got you. And the leader makes sure it happens where you can rest safely that your leader is. That is leadership. That's just a small example of true leadership. Anything other than that, anything less than that is not a leader. He's just somebody want to be in a position of leadership. So there's a difference. Well, anyway, back to the commandments. Somebody want to speak?
Oh, I know.
All right.
Are you still reading?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, go ahead.
Then shall thy light break forth. Oh, I missed something. That thou covereth him who is naked. Thou covereth him, meaning that you take care of him, you help him, you provide for him. And it is, if it's as simple as him not having no clothes on, then cover him up with some clothes. And that thou hide not thyself from thy own flesh. That thou hide not thyself from thy own flesh. Well, if we got something great going on to service the Most High, and we're paying homage and honor and worship to the Most High, and then a single individual comes that might not know this way, and they want to come and learn. There are people, and they don't know the Most High, but yet we lock the door and say, you can't come in. We're wrong. And here's a command to show you why you're wrong. I was just told recently of a sister, I don't know the full spectrum of it, an elder. I was told that a community just had a unity Shabbat. They had a unity Shabbat. And you know, in unity Shabbat, we send out invitations for everybody to come. So when this one elder sister got to the door, she was turned away and told that she can't come in. Wait a minute. What was this? This is supposed to be a unity Shabbat. What was the reason why an elder, what could possibly be the reason why an elder in Israel who's been here for many years in this way of life turned away at the door of a unity Shabbat? It's supposed to be a unity Shabbat. What is a unity Shabbat supposed to denote? It's supposed to denote the fact that we're coming together. The only way we can come together is to put our differences aside and come together. That's what a unity Shabbat is supposed to mean. But in essence, we got a list at the front door that says, no, this person, if this person show up, don't let them in. If this person show up, don't let them in. Well, wait a minute. Did they offend the Most High or did they offend you? And if you're the type of leadership that you got a list on the door with a person that has offended you, then you shouldn't be in a position of leadership, governing over the Most High's people on that high spiritual level. You shouldn't be. Because when you have a unity Shabbat, it's supposed to be open for anyone that is willing. Anyone that is willing. Sometimes people take a personal effect of things that have happened to them personally and put it into place as if you have disrespected the Creator. And that's a problem. Now, if this person blasphemes every time they go this place, they show off, perform, and fight and want to disrespect the leadership and cussing and all, they're not going to understand you having some restrictions. But this sister didn't possibly do any of those things. And she wasn't warned ahead of time not to show up. You just disrespected her, embarrassed her, defamed her, and caused sin upon your own flesh by not allowing her to enter in. Therefore, you hid yourself from your own flesh. And that's something that the Most High doesn't want us to do. It says, then shall thy light be broken forth in the morning, as in the morning, and thy health shall spring forth speedily, which means that a lot of us are sick. And we're sick not knowing that we're sick, or even if you know that you're sick, a lot of us are sick because of the way we think and how we treat people. And the Creator is trying to tell us how we can bring some healing into our bodies by treating people with a more spiritual connection. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning. Your mind will open up and expand. It's like light coming into your head. And then health shall spring forth speedily, and the righteousness shall go before thee. People will know you're a righteous individual. They might not like you, but they'll know you're righteous. The glory of the Most High shall be thy reward, and thy righteousness shall go before thee. Then shalt thou call, and the Most High will answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Ani, here I am. And thou, if thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger, and the speaking vanity. You see that? Just those simple things. If thou could take away from thee the yoke, the pointing of the finger, always blaming somebody else, when a lot of times it's you. Always blaming somebody else, and the speaking vanity, which means that you're always gossiping. Some people, you can't have a conversation with them without them talking bad about somebody else. Think about this for a second, family. Go back in your spiritual mind and think about the last 10 people that you have had conversations with. All right? You got those possible 10 people in your mind? Now, how many of those 10 people was your conversations about something positive about somebody else? How many? Most of us will find this a very difficult thing to do. Most of us, our conversations with those 10 people was about something negative, about what we didn't like, or what they didn't do, or who they think they are. Those types of conversations. The Father is letting us know that we are not moving in the proper spirit when we hold on to those type of things. So when he talks about us committing a fast, it's because these things are not in our nature. Now, if we obtained all this, and if we embodied all this into our personality and our character, then the sackcloth and the ashes and the turning down our plate will be acceptable to the Most High. But the Most High is letting us know we got a whole lot more work to do other than just turning down our plate, wearing sackcloth and ashes, and think that we're achieving something. May the Most High be praised. Ima, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I know it's going back to the Yom Kippurim fasting, but I wanted to just encourage also mothers to do things that distract their children from, their normal eating times. Like I know for me, being amongst others during Yom Kippurim, like being at a Knesset or in a community help, because other people can take the baby at the time, walk the baby, help the baby go to sleep. If they're distracted, they're not, you can, that helps. I won't say that that's the answer, but it does help. It helps the mother not feel like bad, and then it helps the baby, because then the baby gets, you're teaching the baby other forms of discipline and help them to work through what they feel like is starving, right? Because truly we don't know what it is to starve. And it helps as they grow, because they're going to continuously do this for years. And from babies till about 5, children are going to cry. They're going to throw fits and want stuff. I know in my house, what I would do is, Yom Kippurim that night, we would clean the kitchen thoroughly, put up all stuff that engages children or desire to go into the kitchen, have the conversation about Yom Kippurim. She said, bring him to us. Okay, I'm down. Come on. You just do things. You keep in mind, like, okay, what can I do to help them throughout this day, throughout this process? Like, I think a lot of people too, just, we look at things as a punishment, but it's just a way of growth. And it's just a way of helping us to understand things. I'm one of those, I think, like, okay, this is going to help us, because what if you wake up one day and then there's no running water? You can't get to the store to get water because you don't have a car, you don't have gas in your car. All these different things may be in place, but because you have been one who's diligent and fasting and training your body to go through these things along with your family, then you're able to get through that moment until you're able to have. So it's like we have to learn, other things to do. And as Ish said from the very beginning, look at the greater things, the brighter things of the situation. If we go into any situation already defeated, we are going to be defeated no matter what. We have already failed that process. So, look at it as a triumph, as a victory, because it's something that you're teaching your child that nobody else is going to be able to teach them. But also collectively coming together with people, having family around helps. Give the baby to somebody when you're feeling like you about to break. Be like, okay, can you take the baby? I need some help. Like, ask for help. That's what we're supposed to be here for. Yes, mind over matter. And in all things, it's mind over matter. So, Zehu.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Are there any other comments? Any other questions before we move forward? That was a deep topic, and I would expect others to have something to say. Any other comments? Any other questions? Anyone else? All right. Nobody wishes to speak right now. All right. Let's move forward. Back to the lesson. Boy, that was deep. That was deep. Good for the soul, though. Good for the soul. All right, here we go. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, family. Now, last week we were in class. Today's lesson is, how long will you be limped between two opinions? How long will you be limped between two opinions? Last week we had class, and we left off with Prophet Elijah restoring the life of a child back into the child. Prophet Elijah living out by the river, and the Most High causing the ravens to bring him food. And being by the river, he had the water that he needed. The ravens brought him food. He had basically everything that he needed besides shelter. But I'm sure he had some kind of shelter there, else he wouldn't have been out there for so long. So then Prophet Elijah is told by the Most High to get up and go to this woman. I believe it was Zapharah, I believe was the name of the city. Zapharah was the name of the city. So he went to the woman in Zapharah. She was a widow. She had no husband. He had passed on. She was living by herself, her and her son. And they were on their last, almost ready to die. Actually, they were ready to commit suicide because life was a struggle for them. It was so hard. She was ready to commit suicide, but she was a righteous woman. She had to have been a righteous woman for the Most High to pay so close attention to her. So therefore, the Most High sent the prophet Elijah. And through this chapter, y'all, I want y'all to see how much respect Prophet Elijah got from other men. Just watch it, read it, listen. He was a powerful prophet. He's my favorite prophet through the whole scriptures, Prophet Elijah, Eliyahu in Hebrew. So he sends her to this woman, and this woman, she had a house. So immediately when he saw her, he started commanding her around. Get me this, get me that, get me this. And everything he asked for, she went and did it without hesitation. Why? Because she was a righteous woman. Righteous women serve their masters. What I mean by their masters, those who are in charge or authority over them, without question. Without question. So when the one thing came that he asked her for that was difficult for her to do was to bring him some food, she says to him, "Oh, I don't have any food." She says, "I was about to take the last little bit of flour I got and these sticks and my son and go in the house and need something, and we eat and die," because life was hard for them. She understood life was hard and that she was suffering during that life, and she was ready to destroy the life of her and her son. Prophet came in her life at the right time. So that prophet was a Moshiach to her and her son. He saved them from destruction. And that's what a Moshiach does. He must be in a position to save from destruction. And he did just that. So now we get to the part where the woman, her son became ill. And when her son became ill, he died. And when he died, the prophet took the son up to his house and prayed over the son, and the Most High listened to the voice of the prophet, and the little boy was restored back to life. And that's where I want to pick up at in the story, where the prophet did all that and the Most High heard. See, Prophet Eliyahu didn't do anything that you yourself can't do. The difference between Prophet Eliyahu and yourself is that, and this is the majority speaking, because I don't know everyone's life. This is on the majority speaking. The difference is that Prophet Eliyahu completely dedicated himself to the service of the Most High. He didn't work anywhere. He didn't even have a wife that I knew of, except if you want to say he might have married that widow woman, maybe, who knows? Maybe that if you want to say anything. He didn't owe anybody anything. He didn't own any property. His whole life was completely compassed around servitude to the Creator. He went wherever the Most High told him to go. He did whatever the Most High told him to do, without question, as most of the great prophets of the Most High had done. You or us in our capacity that we have, we don't go wherever the Most High takes us. We don't do whatever the Most High has for us to do. We question everything about the Almighty in everything that we do. And most of the time, we do not do what the Most High told us to do. Remember that first mind that I told you about earlier? That first word that you gave? That's the Most High speaking to you almost in every instance. But you got to learn to decipher when it's the Most High or when it's man. There's a difference. And when I say when it's man, it doesn't always mean that a man going to be standing there right before you saying, don't do, don't do. Most of the time, man is in your mind, and man causes you to second guess yourself because of what man taught you. The Most High is that first inclination to move forward in a positive manner. But you get second guessed because you start thinking, well, what if, and who said, and why should? The Most High didn't ask you to do all that. Eliyahu understood the difference. And Eliyahu did what the Most High commanded of him, and he moved forward. And he did it. He performed it. We have to get more into that manner where we begin to do what the Most High says for us to do and blot out what man says for us to do. We have to be. We have to get there. We have to do it. We got to not be part-time Israelites. We have to begin to embrace what the Most High has for us. Eliyahu did. So I'm going to start my readings, and I believe it's 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 22. 1 Kings chapter 17, verse 22. And this was after Eliyahu made the prayer that he made. And the Most High listened to the voice of Eliyahu, and the life of the child came into him again, and he revived. And Eliyahu took the child and brought him down from the upper chamber into the house and delivered him back unto his mother. And Eliyahu said, "See, your son lives." And the woman said to Eliyahu, "Now I know that you are a man of the Most High, and that the word of the Most High is in your mouth is truth." Too often, we allow people to teach us, to lead us, and to guide us who have not proven to us that they have our best welfare at stake, or that they're serious about this way of life before the Almighty. You know, just because they got a large number or a lot of people walking with them, they could be some of the most corrupt and wicked people, because evil attracts evil. Wickedness attracts wickedness. And those, one of the parables my son used to like to quote, I bet he's still saying it today, is that how could two dwell together except they are in agreement? The spirit of wickedness will dwell within the spirit of wickedness. If you got a righteous spiritual leader, anybody desiring to give themselves over to wickedness will not last long with a righteous spiritual leader. They will separate themselves after a period of time if they see that they can't effectively bend the will of that spiritual leader, if he's on righteousness, and cause him to begin to do wickedness as them. They will separate from him, because evil don't want to dwell in the midst of righteousness for too long, especially if it can't conquer, win, and achieve what it's trying to conquer, win, and destroy. Achieving, bring, destroy. All right? And the Most High listened to the voice of Eliyahu, and he took the child and brought him down to the mother from the upper chamber into the house and delivered him into his mother. And Eliyahu said, "See, your son lives." And the woman said to Eliyahu, "Now I know that you are a man of Ha Elohim, and that the word of Yohewah is in your mouth. It is truth." So they went on and they lived life. And now we get to this situation. After many days, the word of the Most High came to Eliyahu. So he was living his life. He was doing what he was doing. Wherever he was living at this particular time, I don't know. In the third year, saying, "Go, show yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth." Now, I want y'all to understand the significance to this. Ahab and Jezebel was seeking to kill Prophet Eliyahu. They were seeking to destroy his life. So therefore, he was doing what he had to do to avoid them. He was living out in the wilderness, surviving with the animals, providing and taking care of him, in the wilderness. He wore a mantle upon himself for his clothing, because he was out in the wilderness running for his life. Because Ahab, who was the king, was seeking to kill him. Now, what I want to know is, anyone who was in class last week, what is Ahab's father's name? Somebody type that in the room for me, please. Tell me who Ahab's father was. Anyone, tell me who Ahab's father was. Somebody type that in the room, please. Just want to make sure you're paying attention. So he was running from Ahab, and Ahab was trying to kill him, seeking his life. He escaped Ahab's clutches for many years. And then the Most High comes to him and say, hey, I want you to go talk to Ahab. Man, do you understand how many people wouldn't do such a thing? If they know that a king is trying to take their lives, they will disobey the Most High to preserve what they call their lives. No, Jeroboam was not Ahab's father. Somebody else. Tell me who Ahab's father was. So they would disobey the Most High to preserve what they call their own lives. But that's not what Eliyahu did. Eliyahu did what the Most High commanded of him, even at the stake of losing his own life. Because there you get Omri. Omri was his father. Omri, that great general that I taught about last week, was his father. Omri was the man, and I want to ask one more question just for those who are listening. What did Omri buy? And I believe it was for 50 shekels. What did Omri buy that is so prominent in the nation of Israel today? King Omri. That's right. That's who he was. Go show yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth. Even when he shows himself to, that's right, Samaria. Absolutely right, Samaria. Absolutely right. King Omri purchased Samaria, and it became the capital of Israel. And his son's name was Ahab. Ahab was the king of Israel. Remember, the two kingdoms were split. The northern kingdom was named Israel. The southern kingdom was named Judah. And in Judah, the southern kingdom, they had 2 tribes, but a whole lot of other tribes mingled in with those 2 tribes. But the majority of the 10 tribes lived in Israel. Okay? Go show yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain upon the land. So Eliyahu went to show himself to Ahab. Now the famine was severe in Samaria. Now I want to point this out. When he went and showed himself to Ahab, the famine didn't just go away. Eliyahu is going to have to do a certain thing to make the famine go away. At his word, the Most High listened. Watch, pay attention. And Ahab called Obadiah, who was over his household. Now, Obadiah feared the Most High greatly. A lot of us like to contribute that this Obadiah is the prophet Obadiah, which I'm not going to say is not, but there's almost no way to prove that it was. But I believe that it was. Now, Obadiah feared the Most High greatly. And no, this man Obadiah, who feared the Most High greatly, as the scripture says, was serving a wicked king, living in the midst of wickedness. And when Jezebel cut off the people, cut off the prophets of the Most High, Obadiah took 100 prophets and hid them by 50s in a cave and fed them with bread and water. Obadiah was a king's servant. He had enough wealth. He had enough spiritual strength to feed over 50 men who was hiding in a cave. Not only that, Jezebel, Ahab's wife, was a wicked woman. She was a Sidonian, I believe it was. And she worshiped the god Baal, I believe it was. Her father was Eth-Baal, who meant servant or slave of Baal, I believe it is. And they worshiped the negative energy called Baal. Here it is, she marries a man named Ahab, who was an Israelite man. But this marriage between the two of them showed to be a wicked thing. And he had wicked practices. And he performed his wickedness throughout the life of his kingship upon the people of Israel. And this is why the Most High was so angry with him. And when Jezebel cut off the prophets from the Most High, Obadiah took 100 prophets. He took 100 of those prophets and hid them by 50s in a cave and fed them with bread and water. We don't know where he got this money from. But the thing that I'm trying to point out is that wasn't Obadiah's responsibility to show that type of love to the prophets of the Most High. But he did. He hid them in a cave and he fed them. He didn't get paid for that. That was what we call zadika. Zadika, or a zedekah for those, but I say zadika. Zadika is charity. The Most High saw that charity that he was given to those 50 people, or 50 servants of his, the 50 prophets. And the Most High rewards him greatly for that. And as Ahab said to Abdiah, go through the land to all the springs of the waters and to all the valleys. Perhaps we may find grass and save the horses and mules alive and not lose some of the animals. Now remember, they're in the middle of a famine. There is nothing growing. So he sent Obadiah out, who was his servant, to go out and spy out the land to see if they can gather some food and stuff so the animals could eat. Perhaps we may find grass and save the horses and the mules alive and not lose some of the animals. He knew it was no way that they could save all of the animals. They wanted to save as many as they could. Now, this famine that was in the land of Israel lasted for 3.5 years. So when we first read about in the last chapter, when the Most High was bringing the famine, until this point right here, it was approximately 3.5 years that famine lasted. People was hungry. People was second guessing their relationship to the deities that they were serving. Sometimes a fast will bring that type of attitude out of an individual. The name of the lesson is, how long will you be limped between two opinions? If the Most High be king, then serve him. If the old deity that you're serving be king, then serve him and leave the Most High alone. There's a difference. A lot of us, we get trapped into our minds where we make our deities and say that they are the Most High and that we are serving them. Well, if your deity hung on a cross and died on a cross, if your deity was one who was born of a virgin birth, if your deity did any of those things, then your deity cannot be the Most High. You can only have one or the other. You cannot mingle the two. And a lot of people are leaving Christianity, but bringing Christianity into their lifestyle, to their servitude to the Creator. And the Most High doesn't allow that. You either serve the Most High or you serve that deity, whatever or whomever your deity may be. You can't have it both ways. Let's read on. So they divided the land between them and passed through it. Ahab went in one direction by himself, and Obadiah went in another direction by himself. And as Obadiah was on the way, behold, Eliyahu met him. Now, Obadiah was a servant to the king. Eliyahu came along the way and ran into Obadiah and had a conversation with Obadiah. But I want y'all to see this. Obadiah don't know Eliyahu. He don't know who he is. But you watch how it happens. And Obadiah recognized him and fell on his face. And what did he do? As soon as he saw who, he don't know him. He recognized him, but he don't know him. When a lot of people say, well, I can't do that. I got to get to know you first. Let me tell you something. The man's record precedes the man. Your reputation goes out way further than you will ever physically travel in this body. So your reputation must be very important to you, that you do the very best you can to preserve your reputation. There will be enemies and haters who will come up against you if you're walking in the ways of righteousness. They will be your haters, and they will seek to destroy your reputations so that others will adhere to what they say to be true in reference to you. But the way for you to preserve your reputation is keep doing what you do. Because if you're living a righteous life, it will show forward to who you are. And no matter what they say about you, the Most High will let the truth to be known. Eliyahu, the haters, said a whole lot of evil things, but they even searched after his life to kill him and put him to death. But Eliyahu didn't stop what he was doing. He kept doing what he had to do. So when Obadiah saw him, this is that man that they're talking about. What did the first thing that he do? He paid homage to that man. Now, let's talk about that for a minute. Because in our mind today, we don't pay homage to flesh and blood. In the ancient days, the ways of our forefathers was to pay homage to flesh and blood, those who were worthy of acknowledgement and respect because of the life that they live. Eliyahu was a man of the Most High who never denies the Most High of anything that the Most High requests of him. So now we got a man named Obadiah, and I believe it's Prophet Obadiah. We got a man named Obadiah who runs into Eliyahu, and one of the first things he do is fall down on the ground on his face with respect for that man. We today are full of so much pride and arrogance and ego that we always think we the one. I want to be the one. I want to have that done to me. I want to be subconsciously, secretly in the back of our mind. We don't know how to show respect and honor to proper leadership. We don't. Because if we did, then this wouldn't seem so foreign to us. When we see a man that we know that is on the right path of righteousness, standing up, leading the people, guiding the people, speaking to the Most High's people, prophets representing the Most High, however we put it, the respect that we give to him should be that we give to a king or a diplomat or a high official because he's worthy. But we don't. We don't know how to honor our own. We don't. We'll talk about them. We'll look for flaws in every way that we can bring them down to our level. And that's not how it goes. There are a lot of great men in the midst of us, even today, that are still alive, that need to be honored and revered in that way. Why? Because they paved the way for us to get where we are at today. One of those leaders, one of those great leaders is Elder, what's his name? Kohen Mikael. One of those great leaders that we're talking about. Elder, what's his name? Elder El Natan. They carried a torch for us. They made sacrifices for us. Cohen, Haggadah, these people made sacrifices for us that most of us have never even imagined. Elder Ishkael, these are older men who paved the way for us to get where we are, saw our own. The sacrifices that has been made on the behalf of our people by these living elders that I'm talking about today that we have no respect or honor for. When I see those elders that I just mentioned, they get a kiss from me. I greet them with a kiss and a hug. Every time that I meet them and I greet them and we come into physical contact with each other. Now, do I agree with everything that they teach? No, I don't agree with everything that they teach. No, absolutely not. But I will never disrespect them by backbiting, talking bad, disrespecting, and I would never disrespect them by being in their presence without greeting them with a hug and a kiss of honor. I would never do that to them. I don't care if they don't like me, if we had eyes. I don't care how it's going on. When I greet them, I would greet them with respect because I have nothing but respect for them. Those men have achieved things that most of us will never achieve. They've been in this way of life way more than some of us, even long as we've been born, some of us. But we're disrespectful to them and we treat them like they're any and everyone else. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. And that's just a few of the great ones. There was another one. His name was Moreh Elisha, one of the great pioneers from Cincinnati, Ohio. I used to greet Elder Moreh Elisha with a kiss and a hug because these men were men. First of all, they were men. They wasn't somebody relying on somebody else to take care of them. And it doesn't even matter the faults that they had in their lives. It's the work that they put in to share this consciousness with the future generations to come that I respect more than anything else. So when I see them, Moreh Elisha is passed. And Cohen Haggadah, he's passed. But the rest of them brothers that I mentioned, they're still here with us. And they deserve our respect. to the highest degree that we're able to give it. Because that's how our forefathers moved. Obadiah heard a lot about Prophet Elijah, Eliyahu. He heard a lot about him. And when he finally get to meet him face to face, what did he do? The first thing he did, once he recognized him, he fell on the ground on his face and said, "It is you, my Lord Eliyahu." He already put a separation between himself and Eliyahu. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? We today, we have so much ego inside of us that we never put anybody and separate them like this person could be greater than me in the servitude to the Most High. This person can't be greater than me. No, or I'm not that kind of guy that I could just bow down to another man. Then you're not really a servant of the Most High, because the Most High, in the last days, the Most High says that all shall honor him and Dawid, their king. And Dawid, their king. Now, they won't honor Dawid like they honor the Most High, but yet they will honor him. The Most High says in the law, honor the hoary head. That means the people that's been in this way before you, that paved the way for you, you're supposed to honor them when you meet them. He says, stand before your elders. A lot of us don't do that. In our congregations, we be sitting down, the elders come in, and I'm talking about elders who do a lot of work in Israel. And y'all just look at them and say, hey, shalom, Shabbat shalom. You let the elders eat last. Well, if the elders choose to eat last, that's their decision. But you let the elders eat last. You let the elders sit in the back. You're not honoring your elders. And when you greet your elders, you should greet your elders with a hug and a kiss. My wife, she's a princess. She went to a wedding last week or the week before. I believe it was last week. So before she leaves, she says, well, we're getting ready. I said, do we have a gift for the elder? She says, oh, I forgot. What are we going to give him? We have to give him something. Why? Because we have to honor leadership. We have to give him something. So I said, give him 2 of those, and y'all going to laugh because most of y'all's spirit is not that highly elevated, but I know he appreciated it. I said, give him them two of those, what was those things called? Turnips. What was those things called, babe, that we gave to the elder? It was a vegetable. Sometimes my wife takes it and makes spaghetti out of it. Squash. Yeah, 2 squash from the garden. 2 squashes. She gave him two squashes that we had from our elder's garden. She took it in a bag, she packed it up, and she took it to him. And knowing the mindset that he had, he was surprised, first of all. He was grateful and thankful, but he's a thorough dude. And his desire is to really be right in this way of life. So I have no doubt in my mind that he probably ate that squash by now. He probably ate it and gave them to his wife. It was 2 nice big ones. But there is no way that you can show up in a man's house, and this man is leadership, and you show up in his house empty-handed. Is disrespectful. Somebody put out a unity Shabbat, and we all show up at a unity Shabbat. All we do is show up in our persons. We don't bring gifts. We don't show respect to their position or their title. And that's something that has to be removed from Israel today. We have to begin to honor those who honor the Most High. You understand? These people paved the way. They made sacrifices that you, being a common person, would never make and don't make. Therefore, you should respect them. Why do you respect the judge? When you go into the courtroom, everybody rise up when the judge come in the room, and that judge could be worshiping Satan. But I bet you rise up, you stand up. How much more respect can you give to your elders and your leadership who you know are doing their best to walk before the Most High? The European or black or whatever that judge is, he paved the way to be a judge because he put the work in. He had to first be a lawyer before he could be a judge in most instances. Law school first. He had to go to law school. Then he became a lawyer. Then he became a judge. So he paved the way. Well, the elders in this way of life that are leaders of communities paved the way in a spiritual manner. Like I'm fasting right now. I do this all the time. I fast all the time. I've lost 15 pounds thus far since I started fasting. These elders make these types of sacrifices. They're up early in the morning, late at night, preparing lessons, readings and studying, meditating their minds, getting their minds right so that they can stand right before the Almighty. These are not things that the average person is doing, or even the average Israelite. I'm not making these sacrifices. These people deserve the right to be honored when you come into their presence. And because they look just like you and me, like flesh and blood, you don't give them their proper respect. Well, the Most High sees that. He sees that and he takes knowledge of that. Because the Most High says, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. So if the Most High says, I will bless those who bless you, and he's talking to Israel, those who serve him, how much more is he talking about those in leadership positions that honor and serve and give him the respect that he deserves? How much more should you honor and serve them and respect them? But you're too busy being in competition with them. Even if you're living in them in the community, you're in competition with your leadership. You should never, ever, ever, ever be in competition with your leadership, because you're going to lose every time. The only thing that, or the best thing that you should be doing when you got leadership on that level, is listening and obeying and walking with that leadership. That's what you should be doing. But that's too hard for you to do because you got the mind of the adversary. You got the mind of the oppressor. You got the Western state of mind. They don't do this type of stuff over in Africa. They don't have no problem listening to elders and obeying the elders and let the elders dictate the law. They don't have that problem over there. And their leadership, they will homage. But over here in America, what makes him think he's better than me? That's how they feel. And that's how we live. But let's move on. We're going to get it together. We're going to build this nation. He said, it is you, my Lord Eliyahu, already placing a separation between him and Eliyahu. And if he is Obadiah the prophet, like I believe he is, he's saying, by calling him Lord, he's saying, you are a greater prophet than I am. By calling him master, he's saying, you are a greater prophet than I am. And that's humility. That's the proper attitude we should have when we come in the midst of greatness. And he answered him, it is I. Go, tell your Lord, your other master, behold, Eliyahu is here. And he said, now this is Obadiah speaking now. Obadiah said, once Eliyahu said, go tell your master that I'm here. Obadiah said, how have I sinned? He thought he committed an abomination. Why did he think he committed abomination? Because he thought that Eliyahu only came there to tell him to go tell his master that he was there. Once he told his master he was there, the master come back, Eliyahu ain't there, the master's going to punish him severely. So he thought that Eliyahu was setting him up. He said, how have I sinned so I can correct myself, so I can correct my ways? That you would give your servant, he called himself the servant of Eliyahu. How many men do you know that have that type of humility that will call themselves the servant of another man? I'm waiting for an answer. How many men do you know in this lifetime that will call himself the servant of another man? How many women do you know will call themselves the servant of a man and it not be their husband? And most of them even got a problem calling themselves the servant of their husbands. How many do you know? I would tend to think you don't know none. None. It's pride, arrogance, and ego that prevents us from rising to our highest potential and our fullest calling. But how long will you limp between two opinions? And he said, how have I sinned that you would give your servant into the hand of Ahab to kill me? and he didn't understand. He says, as the Most High, our Elohim lives, there is no nation or kingdom where my Lord has not sent to seek you. And when they would say, he is not here, he would take an oath of the kingdom or nation that they have not found you. And now you say, go and tell my Lord, behold, Eliyahu is here. And as soon as I have gone from you, the Spirit of the Most High will call or will carry you, I know not where to. And so when I come and tell Ahab the king, and he cannot find you, he will think that I was playing games. He will think that I was being smart, and he will kill me. Although I, your servant, have feared the Most High from my youth. Has it not been told, my Lord, what I did when Jezebel killed the prophets of the Most High? How I hid 100 men of the Most High prophets by 50s in a cave and fed them with bread and water. And now you say, go tell your Lord, behold, Eliyahu is here, and he will kill me. And Eliyahu said, as the Most High of hosts lives, before whom I stand, I will surely show myself to him today. So Obadiah went to meet Ahab and told him, and Ahab went to meet Eliyahu. Ahab, the king, went to meet Eliyahu. Then I want to say that one more time. Ahab, the king, went to meet Eliyahu. One more time. I know I was only going to say it one more time, but I got to say it one more time because I need you to understand what's being did, what's being done, and what's being said. And Ahab, who was the king, went to meet Eliyahu, who was the Most High servant. The Most High says in the scriptures that kings will bow down to you if you serve me in righteousness. By Ahab coming to Eliyahu, it was a form of submission. And a lot of people don't understand that, but that's how it works. You don't go to the elders summon you to come to them. Now, what you're doing is you're showing them your humility by going to them. Ahab was showing Eliyahu, he respected Eliyahu as a man and as a servant of the Most High. And that's why Ahab went to meet Eliyahu. When Ahab saw Eliyahu, Ahab said to him, is it you, you troubler of Israel? Already from the door, he disrespects him and calls him a troubler of Israel. You trouble Israel in this manner and that manner. You bring problems and have brought problems in the lives of Israel. But watch Eliyahu's response. And he answered, I have not troubled Israel, but you have, you and your father's house, because you have abandoned the commandments of the Most High, and you have followed Baalims. You have troubled Israel by teaching Israel to worship false deities. I mean, deity within itself is false, but you taught Israel to worship deities and not the Most High. You have caused a lot of burden, trouble, and pain to come upon Israel because you have allowed Israel to fall in alignment with idolatry. So anybody, family, in your life, in your family, anyone who allows you to practice idolatry and never confronts it to you, they are allowing you to practice it. Therefore, they are causing or opening the doorway for you to have troubles in your life because you're practicing idolatry. Now, therefore, send and gather all Yisrael to meet me at Mount Carmel, and the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table. the first thing comes out of Eliyahu's mouth is, I need an assembly for all the people to come together, because the Most High is about to speak. He commanded of, I need to watch how he talks to a king. And when you serve the Most High, you have the authority to do so. And if we be rightful servants of the Most High, we have the authority to speak like that to people who are beneath us in rank and authority in righteousness. He says to him, now therefore the prophet Eliyahu said to King Ahab, send and gather all Yisrael to me. He's talking to the king. And I want to all meet me at Mount Carmel. And the 450 of prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table, have them come and meet me at Mount Carmel. And guess what the king did? Who you think you talking to, Elijah, Eliyahu? You would talk to me that way? No, the king didn't do none of that. The king did what Eliyahu commanded. Now, I want you to pay attention to this part here, because some of this stuff is a mystery. And you won't be revealed the mystery until after we go through the mystery part to show you. But all Israel came to Mount Carmel, and the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table. They all came to the mountain. So Ahab sent to all the people of Israel and gathered the prophets together at Mount Carmel. Now, notice how the title calls these people prophets. They were prophets, and they could probably prophesy and tell you something of something to come, to pass. But if they're not leading you back to Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, if they're not leading you back to the Most High El Shaddai El Elyon, if they're not leading you back to Yotzeah, the Creator, if they're not leading you back to Him in truthfulness, then they're false prophets. They could be a prophet. Anybody could be a prophet today. But if they're not leading you to the Most High, then they're what the scriptures consider a false prophet. So Ahab sent to all the people of Israel and gathered the prophets together at Mount Carmel. And Eliyahu came near to all the people. And this is what Eliyahu said. How long will you be limp between two opinions? How long will you go limp between two different opinions? And I want you to ask yourself that question, family. How long? And I don't care how righteous you think you are. I need you to ask yourself this question right now, because this is of a severity. And it probably goes a lot deeper than the average mind will allow it to go. But Prince is going to touch on it a little bit today. How long will you go limp between two different opinions? If the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, is Ha Elohim, follow Him. But if Jesus, if Allah, if Buddha, then follow Him. The mistake that a lot of us make is when we have given ourselves to idolatry for so long, and then one day the Most High rises us up out of that idolatry. A lot of the idolatrous behavior that we had, we don't know how to let it go. So what we do subliminally, we start finding a way to make what we believed partly true. Well, this one had to have been a prophet. I remember my first stage when I left Christianity. One of the first things that I struggled with in the beginning of my development was who JC was, who Jesus was. I needed to know this. So I would go on my fast and my prayers to the Most High. Now I'm a dude straight from the gangster world. I used to be one of them thugs out there in them streets. Yeah, I was one of them people. So I come from that world into a righteous mindset, but it was a struggle. So I'm like coming straight from the streets with a Christian background, and I'm asking the Creator who he was, because I've been taught many things about the Creator from man. So I asked the Most High, with my limited understanding and limited knowledge, who he was. One of the questions that I asked was, is Jesus you? I needed to know that because the preacher would teach that Jesus was the creator. I finally got an answer that Jesus wasn't the creator. But there's a lot of people who believe today who still believe that Jesus is the Most High. They still believe that today. And if they do, that's all right. I'm not going to tell you you got to run. I'm not going to tell you you're not welcome. I'm going to say you are still welcome. If that's your belief, so be it. I'm just showing you my experiences and how the Creator elevated me to where he took me to in the way part of the channel that he took me through. When he showed me that Jesus wasn't him, the next dilemma I had was that Jesus had to fit in here somewhere. This story wouldn't be the way it is, and so many people wouldn't be believing in it if this thing wasn't real or true. So he had to fit somewhere. So I asked the Creator, was Jesus a prophet? Because if he wasn't the Most High, then he had to at least be a prophet of the Most High. And that way I could still feel comfortable associating myself with Jesus on any level. So that's what I did. I asked the Creator that question. Well, is he a prophet of yours? And I asked the Most High that question. And then the Most High revealed to me that he wasn't a prophet of his, that he had nothing to do with the Most High. The hardest thing that is for man to do is to change the way he thinks. It's very difficult, extremely difficult for a man to change the way he thinks. But from the lesson earlier today that I shared with the family about allowing yourself to be saturated with something that you don't know, as opposed to you thinking that you already got it under control and move out in the guise that you already knew, was a big thing. That's how you allow room for something to grow or something to fill your mind or your spirit so that you can learn more. Most of us don't do that. Most of us allow what we have been learned or taught, and once we believe that thing, to be with us as the dominant root for the rest of our lives. The Most High doesn't give knowledge in that manner. The Most High gives knowledge in dispensations of time where your mind grows, it grows and grows. And even if you regress back to a non-belief, if your soul is diligent with the Most High and you're doing the very best you can to please him, he'll bring you back to his truthfulness. See, I've been through all those tests of losing, of walking away, and then returning back stronger than I ever was because I never gave up on the Almighty. And that's what we have to look at. A lot of us, we want to worship the Most High, but we want to have our pleasures in the world too. We want to do whatever we want to do in the world and worship the Most High secondarily. But what we don't understand is that the Most High gives you over to your desires. So whatever it is that you desire more than him, he will give you completely over to that desire. And you will be saturated with that thing. And then you will begin to doubt the Most High. You will begin to see other things and other elements and other energies and other powers and try to associate them and say that they are the Most High. The time will only come when you truly submit yourself to the Creator in fullness, that you will have the ability to see the Most High for who he is. And all the things that you try to tie to him, you will see that it just doesn't work. There was a brother who we knew, who I knew. His name was Ben Ami Ben Yisrael. He was a spiritual leader of a congregation, of a community that actually moved from Chicago to Dimona, Israel, after traveling through Africa and all those different places that they traveled. Ben Ami was a spiritual leader of that community. There was another brother who was a spiritual leader of that community who didn't fight with Ben Ami and what's his name? Shiliak, I believe it is, Elder Prince Shiliak. Well, he gave up his position so that there would be no struggle over power. And he allowed Ben Ami to take the lead on the situation, which was a very wise and humble thing to do. So Ben Ami is in charge of the whole community as a supreme ruler over the community, the Israelite community. And sometimes power can corrupt us. It didn't start off this way, but it eventually grew into this way. Ben Ami would allow the people to make him equal to the Most High. Now, I have no problem with people respecting their leadership on the level where they would prostrate themselves and say Todah, or thank you, my king, or what can I do for you, my king? They can take it to that level. You won't get a problem out of Prince. When they greet their king, they kiss his hand, kiss his neck, or they'll do all those things on that spiritual level before their king. You will never get a complaint out of Prince in how we honor another man until you put that man in a place where a man doesn't belong, and that's equal footage with the Most High. Even close to equal footage was the Most High. Ben Ami said out of his mouth that I know of that he was the return of Yeshua. He says that he was the return of the Messiah, that Jesus was who he was. I had no problem with the Messiah part and him claiming that he was a Moshiach. Because as much as people want to say he wasn't, he was a Moshiach for those people. So he absolutely fit the bill at being a Moshiach. And I can never say that he wasn't, because he did what many of us have never done. He achieved that portion in life by saving, guiding, leading, protecting his people. He was a Moshiach to them. Now, with all the evidence that the people saw what he did to them, with them, for them, they began to worship him in a way that no man on earth should be worshiped. I'll give you an example. When they were reading the scriptures, wherever it says in capital letters, Lord, which you know that means the creator, they would say Ben Ami in place of Lord. That Ben Ami did this, Ben Ami did that, and Ben Ami said this. That's the level where they began to worship Ben Ami. No man on earth deserves that. Not Jesus, not Ben Ami, and neither Rabbi Ben, what was his name? Ben Yahweh, Yahweh Ben Yahweh, him either. None of them deserve that type of reverence or respect. But Yahweh Ben Yahweh, Ben Ami, Jesus, I would have no problem with their people or followers or believers of them reverencing him to the degree where when they saw them, they kissed them, they greeted them, or even when they saw them, they bowed down to the ground to pay homage to that individual and respect them. None of those things will you get a complaint out of Prince about. But you do not put your spiritual leader or any man on the level of the Most High. That position is reserved for the Creator and the Creator alone. And the Most High says that he will not share his glory with another. So the question comes up, family. How long will you go limp between two opinions? If the Most High, El Elohe Elion, be Ha Elohim, if he be's the creator, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. And the people did not answer him a word because the people was confused. They honestly did not know who to follow or which way to go. Why? Because their king who ruled over them was an idolater. And because their king was an idolater and allowing them to commit idolatry, they understood that it was right. And if I'm not mistaken, King Ahab ruled for about 20-something years, 22 years, I think it was. That's the whole lifetime of a lot of those people. And half the lifetime of a whole lot more. He was king for a very long time. And people grew up believing in these things. Now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here comes a man named Eliyahu that you heard about, but you never met, telling you that you're doing evil and wickedness by worshiping the way that you're worshiping. First thing people would do is deny that they're wrong, because this is what they got embedded inside of them, that they're right. That's the first thing that they would do. Second thing that they might do is befriend him, leave the page, close his book, don't get away from him, don't want to talk to him because he goes against what their beliefs are. I say, if you believe anything to be true, you must challenge that belief. If you believe anything to be true, you must challenge that belief. In order for you to be saturated in anything that you fully believe and that you walk in, you must have put it to the test, that it earns the right to be something that you accept to be truth. If you have never challenged it, and if you just believe it blind off of faith, then you're a fool. What I say to you and what I submit to you today is, if you think that the power you serve is worthy of praise and worthy of serving, ask the Creator first to reveal to you the truth, because you need to know. There will be so many of you that will walk away and put down this garbage that you believe, these things that you believe, these man-taught doctrines, man-made taught doctrines that you have held on to from your youth. Why? Because society gave it to your father, and your father gave it to you. And therefore, when your father gave it to you, you believed that it was true. And it's the furthest thing from the truth. The Most High ain't a man. The Most High never been a man. The Most High cannot die, and yet that man died. And they'll go into some mysticism and say, he died, but look, this is how it took place. And there's a lot of Israelites who are fully knowledgeable Israelites will walk around like they're scholars and believe that that man died for their sins, and that man is coming back. And not only that, that man is the creator. That's abomination before the Most High. That's an abomination. Now, Prince is saying to you this, and I'll make this clear just for those who want to understand. I don't think that you're walking between two opinions if you believe that that man is the Moshiach. I don't think that you're walking between two opinions if you believe that, because anyone could fit that script of being the Moshiach. So if that's what you want to hold on to, then that's fine by me, if that's your desire. All I ask is that you take it to the Most High and let the Most High determine that. But when I say you're committing idolatry when you believe that that deity is the Most High. When you pray to that deity or in the name of that deity, then you're guilty of limping between two opinions, because the Most High says that he and he alone is worthy of all praise and no other. And when you say that this deity is the Most High, then you got to prove it to yourself. You got to substantiate to yourself why you feel that way. Because the Most High that says that he is one. And he says that there is none like unto him. Not in the heavens above, nor the earth beneath, and not in the waters underneath of the earth. He reigns supreme. And he has no partners in this thing. The Creator make that clear for us. There's no confusion in it. He says he's done all these things by himself. So why are we trying to hold opinions and worship all these deities, or just that other deity, or that deity, and say that that deity is the Most High, the creator of all things? That's a violation. And that's part of the reason why we are in the condition today that we are in, because some people just can't let it go. They can't move past it. A lot of the reason why you can't move past it is because you haven't completely given yourself over to the Most High. Because if you do, the Most High will not forsake you. There's a lot of Hebrew Israelites that speak Hebrew back and forward, upside down, and still worship that deity. But they call themselves Hebrews. These are prophets of Baal, the 450 prophets of Baal. And they could also be the 400 men who worship and prostrate themselves to Asherah. We did a whole class on Asherah about a year or two ago. Go back on the YouTube page and search, you'll find it. We did a whole class on her and who she is and how people worshiped her, and how to let our Israelites bow down to her. Yes, and they still do today. Your life is extremely important. And what so many of you don't understand is that your soul is at stake, because this battle is a battle for your soul. The adversarial energy wants possession of your soul. They want to take possession of the most precious thing that you have in this life, and it's your essence. Therefore, they want you to be out of favor with the Most High by causing you to commit idolatry. They know who you are. It's you who don't know who you are. You have to learn this. Eliyahu said to the people, I only am left a prophet of the Most High. But Baal's prophets are 450 men. Let 2 bulls, and the only ones he's challenging now are the prophets of Baal. But the 400 prophets of Asherah, he didn't even bring into play. Never came up. So I wonder if they did not show up to the hill. And that's the answer to the mystery that was being brought from a few minutes ago. He says, let 2 bulls be given to us, and let them choose 1 bull for themselves and cut it in pieces and lay it on the wood, but put no fire on it. And I will prepare the other bull and lay it on the wood and put no fire on it. So here we are 3,000 something years ago, and he's challenging those who say that their power is the power. He's challenging them. He said he wanted to manifest that right today. He says, if your power is the power, take a bull, put some wood, and put an altar and offer that up to your deity, and see if your deity answers by fire. Whichever power answers by fire, he is truly Ha Elohim. He is truly Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. He is truly worthy of being praised. So let's see what happened. And you call upon the name of your Elohim, and I will call upon the name of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, and the Elohim who answers by fire, he is Ha Elohim. Now I got to pull this up for you all because I need to show y'all this. Where is that at? Chapter 18, verse 24. Let me go pull something up for y'all for a minute, because this is important. I got to share to y'all what's being said here, because if I don't, I wouldn't be doing righteously by y'all. We're at 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 24. In the interlineal, in the Hebrew. I wanted y'all to pay attention to this. Verse 24, I'm going to read it again in English, and then we're going to read it in Hebrew. And I'm going to explain to you what the significance is or the difference. And you call upon the name of your power, your Elohim, and I will call upon the name of the Most High, and the Elohim who answers by fire, he is Elohim. Okay? Wa'ikra Bisane, call upon in the name of your Elohim, Elohim, your power, the power of y'all are. We are new. Akre Bisain Yohe Wahe, and I will call on the name of Yohe Wahe, and he, the Elohim, that answers with Aish, he who answers, Yana, answers with fire in a name, he. Now, here it is, this word here, the one who answers by fire, he who, H-O, this letter right here is H-O, who, which means he in Hebrew. And then it says he is Ha Elohim. So when you hear me speaking and I get to the word in English and it says Elohim, in Hebrew, it's talking about Ha Elohim, the creator. There's not a power when you talk about the power. There's a distinction between the two. There's Elohim and then there's Ha Elohim. Ha Elohim is the creator and the creator alone. Elohim is any of the heavenly order, the powers in the heavens, because there are many powers in heaven. So they're referred to as Elohim. But when you're specifically talking about the creator himself, you'll always see the word Ha Elohim, because it points it out that it's not just a Elohim. We talking about the Elohim. And a lot of people don't understand, but that is extremely different in the understanding and the building of your relationship with the Most High. You have to understand what you're talking about, who you're talking about, and why you're talking about this individual. So Ha Elohim is when you call upon the Most High, you should call upon Ha Elohim and not just Elohim. Because when you say Elohim, you could be talking about any of the powers in heaven. But when you say Ha Elohim, there isn't but one true power, and that's the Most High. And I wanted to show you that Eliyahu knew exactly what Eliyahu was saying when he said he is Elohim. He said he is Ha Elohim, so that we would all know he is the creator or the power. He's not one of those powers. So I needed to point that out for you so that you will all see. And the people answered, it is well spoken. They all agreed that that's what we would do. It is well spoken. Then Eliyahu said to the prophets of Baal, choose for yourself one bull and prepare it. Look how he's giving them the option to make this, to choose which bull now, so that they can never come back and say you tricked us. He's given them the option of choosing. He says, choose for yourselves one bull and prepare it first, for you are many, and call upon the name of your Elohim. But put no fire under it. And they took the bull that was given them, and they prepared it and called upon the name of Baal from morning until night, until noon. Now, I wonder what name they were calling on. They were calling on the name of their deity. Well, what was the name of their deity? Who knows? They were calling on the name of their deity to answer them by fire. They said, oh, Baal, Baal, answer us. But there was no voice. And no one answered. And they limped around the altar that they had made. And at noon, Eliyahu began to mock them. They did that for at least 6 hours, from morning to noon. They did that from early in the morning to the afternoon when the sun begins to rise hot or wax hot on the earth. And they didn't get no response, no answer. And Eliyahu began to make fun of them and tease them. And Eliyahu mocked them by saying, cry louder. Maybe he can't hear you. Cry louder, louder. He can't hear you. for he is a Elohim. He said, either he's musing, sleeping, or he is relieving himself. Maybe he in the bathroom. Eliyahu is teasing them. Maybe he's in the bathroom, or he is on a journey, or perhaps maybe he's asleep and must be awakened. I want to stop there for a minute. Verse 28. The only way that you can fully appreciate this lesson is if you have once served the Creator, left the Creator, and found your way back to the Most High. Then you can fully appreciate this lesson. Because a lot of us have never challenged the Most High to prove himself to us in our lives. A lot of us, or most of us, I should even say, just accepted what's been handed down to us or what's been taught to us by mortal man and went on that ride and accepted it to be true. And a lot of the reason is because we don't really give much time of our lives, extra curriculum time of our lives, to the study and knowledge of the Most High. We just accept that we are Hebrew Israelites. Maybe our parents taught us, or maybe we bumped into this knowledge, but very few of us put the time and energy in to really find out what we're really living. I applaud you today, family. Even if you're Torah only, challenge the Creator to reveal to you that you're doing right by serving the power you serve. Challenge him. How long will you be linked between two opinions? But what I ask of you is also, once the Most High reveals to you, whether you're right or wrong, that whatever he gives to you, you give it all that you got to be your best in that understanding. Whatever you get, transform your life and then become what you understand a true servant or a true person given into that power should be like. And get off the fence. Stop straddling the fence. And stop being linked between two opinions. If the Most High be the power that you're supposed to serve, then give him all of you. And if he's not, then go give your energy and your time and your power to whomever is. Because that's the only way that you're going to be able to truly discern between righteousness and wickedness, between the Most High and evil, between idolatry and true service to the Creator. So many of us are caught up into that Christian concept that we don't know how to worship the Most High, and we don't know that we don't know. And when you don't know something that you don't know, it's dangerous, because you could be doing something to cause harm upon yourself for 100 generations to come that you didn't know you were doing. So what I submit to you today, family, if you're a person and you believe that someone is the Most High that was born of a woman, that bled and could die like a man, if you believe that any of those individuals are the Most High, then what I would ask of you is to submit yourself to the will and ask the Creator if these things be true. And if you believe that anyone other than the power of Abraham, Yitzchak, or Yisrael is the Most High, because some people worship the devil. That energy that they have made up and conjured up in their mind, who is opposed to or enemies of the Creator, and they worship him. Some of y'all may be guilty of worshiping the devil by practicing witchcraft or sorcery in any way, level, shape, or form. You're worshiping the devil, then you need to question the Creator about that as well. Because some people think it's okay to do these things, to give the Creator's glory to someone else. And some people think it's okay because they get gifts or abilities from the negative energies of the universe. But it's not. All you're doing is going through the back door. Only the Most High can give these things. But you're going through the back door to get those things when you, being an Israelite, has the ability to go through the front door. You're committing a sin to get reward, immediate gratification in the earth, when you can do the same thing and it not be sin, and you get rewarded for it in righteousness. Have you ever noticed? Now, I'm just, a lot of you probably, this is beyond your scope of things, but you ever noticed that those people who worship Satan, it's not a part-time thing with them. It's a full-time thing with them. They incorporate it in their lives completely. Have you ever noticed that? It's not a part. They got shrines around their house. They got altars in their house. How many altars you got in your house to the Most High? How many secret chambers do you have in your little private space that you got in your house for a prayer room? How many of you even have a prayer rug? And then you wonder why they seem to be getting somewhere in life that you're not getting. They give full time to that negative energy. And you only give the Shabbat day, a couple hours of the Shabbat day, to your way of life and who you believe to be the Most High. You understand what I'm saying to you? They give their dedication. They are sincerely committed to what they believe. So that's why they get a response when they do what they do, because you don't. You don't know how to tap into the sacred arts of the Most High in righteousness, because there is a way. But you have to learn how to travel. Prince tries to teach you how to travel without telling you too much. I try to share with you these things, but you got to understand that you got to want it for yourself, and you got to give in to the Most High to receive from the Most High. Not to go through the back door by the secret arts of witchcraft and sorcery and magic, but to go through the front door of righteousness, discipline, loyalty, and commitment to the Most High and His truth and His people. You can't leave out His people, because you're commanded to serve them as well. That's what I'm trying to share with you. Because when you go through the back door, there's a heavy price to pay, an extremely heavy price to pay. And not everybody, most people are not built to pay that price. And it's heavy. You might be your mother along the way. It could be your son along the way, your daughter along the way. It could be your health along the way. It could be your eyeball along the way. It could be your voice along the way. There's a whole lot of things that comes along the way that you have to pray or pay for when you go through the back door to try to get access to the all-knowing, the all-seeing, the Most High Creator. There's a heavy price you have to pay. You can't worship the Most High if you continue to be limp between two opinions. Either you're going to serve the Most High El Shaddai El Elyon, the power of Abraham, Yitzchak, with Yisrael, or you're going to serve Baal or Baalim like they're doing. Baal just have many different names. Hear ye the word of the Most High. Stop what it is that you're doing. Come seek at the foot of the throne of the Creator and allow Him to elevate your mind and your consciousness to show you how to serve Him. A lot of people lead this way of life and go practice Egyptology. Oh, I'm an Egyptologist. I found my ancestors was from Kemet. Yeah, your ancestors might have been from Kemet. They were Hebrew though. You probably didn't know. Your ancestors was those slaves that they was talking about that lived in Kemet. You don't know. Just because your ancestors was in Kemet don't mean that you was a Kemetian. Don't mean that your ancestors was Egyptians. It doesn't mean that. It only mean that you lived in Egypt. Well, you name me a place on the earth where black people haven't lived before, where you won't find any relics of a certain black folk. You everywhere on the earth you will find our people there because we were there. Believe me. The Most High, the distinct characteristics that you have is that the majority of us came over here on those slave ships. And the prophecy talked about going on slave ships to a distant land. Deuteronomy 28th chapter, when you get a chance, read it. Deuteronomy 28 and 65 or 68, all the way through there, 65 to 68. Read it sometimes. And you will see that the Most High placed you in the land of captivity on slave ships. Some of our ancestors came that way. All of our ancestors came over here on ships. Some of them were slaves. Some of them wasn't. You got to learn history, and you'll see that you are those people. But a lot of things you will never learn because you don't submit yourself to truth. You don't submit yourself to that knowledge. But you must. You must begin to submit yourself to the knowledge of the Most High so that you can stop straddling the fence and living between two opinions. And at noon, Eliyahu mocked them, saying, "Cry aloud, for he is a Elohim. Either he is musing or he is relieving himself. He might be in the bathroom doing whatever it is that he do." What's that? What you say there, Ima? Let's see what you say, Ima. We are everywhere, however, and not from everywhere we get confused. For lack of knowledge and understanding, we get comfortable in the places we have been. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Maybe he's in the bathroom relieving himself. That lets you know that some people worship men. Eliyahu was saying that some people worship men. And when you worship a man, sometimes that man got to do what that man got to do. So therefore, you're worshiping an idol. If you got a picture of your deity, he's an idol. If your deity was born of a woman, he's an idol. If your deity is a statue or a stone or an inanimate thing, something you can see, he's an idol. And you have to remember that, family. And they cried aloud and cut themselves after their custom with swords and lances until the blood gushed out of them. And as midday passed, they raved on until the time of the offering of the oblation. But there was no voice. They went all the way to the evening, crying, hooping, and hollering, screaming. But they believed that their deity was going to answer them. They believed so harshly to the point where they actually cut themselves to offer up blood to him so that he would respond. But they didn't get a peep out of that deity. What does that do? That shows you the power of the mind of humans or the mind of man. Man can believe some things so harshly and so cruelly that he will submit his whole life to it, believing that this thing is true. But when that thing is challenged, it don't stand up to the grain of water that is being challenged by. A little small grain of sand in a whole glass of water is how hard the challenge is, and it can't pass that little grain. It can't beat that grain of sand because there's no truth in it. But so many people will be amazed when the truth is finally revealed in the end or along the end, like right now when the truth is being revealed. So many people will have a hard time accepting the truth because they have taught and they have defended the lie for so long. They will not allow themselves to learn the truth because they won't commit themselves to the truth. And that's sad. We get comfortable, as Maisha said, we get comfortable in these thoughts and these ways of living and these beliefs. That's how these congregations, these camps came about. That's how they came about, with people getting comfortable in these beliefs. And now if you look around, we got 50, 60, 70 of these camps all over the place. Everybody's popping up with a new initials. They got initials in their names, and they got them all over the place. It's so many different ones now, and they're wrapped up in idolatry. And you would never know as long as you're a part of that, because what you're doing is you're submerging yourself with idolatry. You're not giving yourself to the Most High, asking the Most High to heal you or to teach you or show you the way. You're going along with what what the bishops teach you, and you're accepting these teachings to be true. Bishop Nathaniel is the one that I know of. The rest of them, I don't know. But you're accepting these teachings to be true because they teach that Jesus, Yeshua, Yahushua, whatever name they call him by, is the creator. And they teach that he is worthy of praise And that's what the Most High says. When they pray in the name of Yahweh Hashemah, Yahweh Hamoshiach, Bashem Yahweh, Bashem Yeshua Yahamoshiach. In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, is how they pray, putting them two on equal platform, as if the Creator is equal with the one they call the Son. And that's not appropriate. The Creator says he has no partners, and none should share his throne. The Most High says there's none on my left and none on my right, but yet they believe that it's okay to do such a thing. And the Most High says you shouldn't. May the Most High be praised and every man a liar. And as midday passed, they raved on until the time of the offering of the oblation, but there was no voice. No one answered. No one even paid them any attention. Then Eliyahu said to all the people, "Come near to me." And all the people came near to him, and he repaired the altar of the Most High that had been thrown down. So much was just said in that verse. Because think about this for a second. An altar is something that you offer up to the Creator. And we know that at Mount Carmel, at one point, we was worshiping the Most High there. But it's been years since anyone had worshiped the Most High there when Eliyahu came there. So he physically repaired that altar. But not just that physical altar was he repairing. He was repairing the spiritual and mental altar of all the people who had fallen victim to idolatry. Everyone who got to witness that, their altar in their minds was being repaired as well. You follow what I'm saying? He's going to fix it all up. And watch what happens. Watch what happens. Then Eliyahu said unto all the people, "Come near." It got broken down. How did the altar get broken down? It got broken down because we went into idolatry. And when the people went into idolatry, they felt they ignored the Most High. They left the Most High to thinking that they had something better. And that's how it got broken down. People will come by, tear it up, kick the stones. It wasn't needed or necessary. So he's repairing the altars, the physical altar, as well as the spiritual and mental altar, and all the people who get to witness this. Watch on and let's see what happens. And all the people came near to him, and he repaired the altar of the Most High that had been torn down. Eliyahu took 12 stones, according to the numbers of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, Yisrael, to whom the word of the Most High came, saying, Yisrael shall be your name. And with the stones he built an altar in the name of the Most High. What's taking place here is the proper preparation. Eliyahu didn't take that mess and just leave that mess any way that it was and begin to work a miracle on top of that mess. What Eliyahu did was he took time and labor and he built something that was worthy to glorify the Most High upon. What have you built in your life, even with your life, that is worthy of the Most High working miracles in your life, and you request miracles all the time from him? But how have you prepared the foundation for him to work on when you yourself haven't bettered yourself and made the best out of yourself to be the best you can possibly be for him to work miracles in your life? See, Eliyahu could have took those stones and just, as the stones were on the ground, and just made something look a little, but he didn't. He piled the heaps of stones up. He reorganized it. He cleansed them. He put a big channel around them. He dug a hole He did a whole lot of things in preparation for what the Most High was about to do. So family, what have you done in your life in preparation for what you're asking the Most High to do for you in your life? What have you done? What work have you done to prepare for the Most High to show his power and might to you? Because most of us haven't done anything except show up on the Shabbat to places like this and think that we're learning about the Most High. What was that scripture earlier? You can see and not understand. You can see or hear and not understand. You can see and not see all at the same time. You can be in an assembly with Prince teaching, and you can hear these words just like the other person that's in the room can hear the words. But because they submit themselves to this 24 hours a day, they will receive what you yourself cannot receive. And you cannot receive it, although you're here. You won't be able to receive it because you don't be here enough. How many times a week do you tune into these classes? Only on Shabbat for so many of us. You need more than that to please the Creator. And when you outside of these classes and you're living your life, do the teachings of these classes follow you along with your life? Do you, when you go to the clothing store to buy clothes, do you hear Prince's voice where Prince taught you that the clothing that you buy should be 100% natural fabric? And do you obey that voice? And you say, you know what? My spiritual leader taught me that my clothes should be 100% natural fabric. Let me buy something 100% linen, wool, linen, cotton, silk. Let me buy something 100% so that I can be in proper alignment with the will of the Most High. When you go to the supermarket and you go shopping, do you put the chicken off to the side and no, my family can't eat chicken no more because we don't eat chicken. Chicken is unclean. Or are you still arguing without even doing your research? You still arguing. Prince don't know what he's talking about on the chicken. There's nothing wrong with chicken. I can eat chicken. I can eat turkey. I can eat ducks. There's nothing wrong with them. We can eat those things. Are you still at that place? Or have you submitted yourself to the will of the Creator to open up your mind and went on a fast and prayed for like 2 or 3 days to ask the Most High to deliver to you his truth? Because Princeton did all that. That's how he's able to teach what he teaches. But if you haven't made that sacrifice to do that, then why would you disturb what it is that Prince has put in place by the Most High's ordinance to teach to his people? If you have not made that sacrifice to do so, then you should just follow along and say, all right, I got you. We're going to go do that. We all the chicken out of our house, all the turkey out of our house, all the ham out of our house. But if you disagree with the teachings of Prince and you don't want to let the chicken go, then go fast for 3 days and pray to the Most High to give you the information that you need to let you know if Prince is correct, that chicken is unclean. Do that and see what the Most High says. See, because I've already done that. I've already asked of the Creator, and he revealed to me and showed me what wasn't right. So therefore, I teach it to you. I only teach you what I know, what I have studied, researched, learned, or what the Most High has revealed to me to bring to you. And that's what I teach to you. Now, it would do you a dishonor within your own flesh if you continue to do things that lead to sin and things that make you unclean to present yourself before the Most High. Prince also shared with you that when you pray, before you pray, you should ask the Most High for permission to approach him. Prince taught you that. Do you do it? Do you have that much respect for the Creator that you're asking him, can I speak, before you approach him? Or do you feel like the Creator don't care? I'm just going to start talking, and you just start going into prayer. You shouldn't do that. You should always ask the Father for permission. Because do you know, which a lot of you don't, that in the ancient days, a lot of people would try to approach the Most High and he would kill them because they was unclean and they was unacceptable. He would take them out. And a lot of times, majority of us living here in this land, we're unclean perpetually. So therefore, we should ask the Most High for permission to approach his throne before we just start talking and saying what we want to say to this king, for he's worthy. You can't even go in the courtroom and stand up and start talking when you want to. Not even in a courtroom can you do that. So how much more can you do that with the Most High? What makes you think the judges are worth something that the Most High is not worth? That don't even make sense, not even on that level. No man is worth more than what the Most High is worth. So if you want to get it right, family, which I would advise you all to want to do, if you want to get it right, pray to the Father, ask the Most High for forgiveness of your sins, but approach him in a respectful manner. Because if you don't show respect, believe me, you definitely won't get respect. But it's our duties to respect and honor the creator of all creation, above all things and everyone. We ought to honor him. She asks a very important question. Give me 1 second, please. But she asks a very important question. She asks us, the sister asks us, and I forgot I was supposed to have been standing up today, but I did say I was going to sit down and teach today, so please forgive me. How does he say, yes, you can approach him? How does he say, yes, you can approach him? I'm going to attempt to answer your question. I'm going to attempt to. You got your water. No, I ain't got no water right now. And I ain't got time to go get no water. I'm teaching right now. I'll just be thirsty. How does he say, yes, you can approach him? Everybody hear that question, right? Let me share this answer with you. The Most High speaks to everybody in a different way. Like he makes that clear when he says to his prophets, he speaks in visions and dreams. But to Moshe, he speaks openly and plainly because he's not like that. Depending on the level where you are with the Creator is how the Most High speaks to you. Some people is through colors. Some people is through conversation. You'll hear somebody, some neighbor saying something that they just got finished asking the Creator. They'll be walking down the street and they'll hear somebody speaking and answering their question that they didn't ask that individual, but they asked the Most High in the privacy of their own home. Some people is through visions and dreams. Like my wife, she dreams a lot of dreams, and the Most High gives her the answer to a matter before the matter even happens. And I bear a record that has happened on many occasions. You know, it's a lot of ways that the Most High speaks to his people. The problem is the majority of us don't know how the Most High speaks to us because we don't have an intimate relationship with the Creator. You have to first have a relationship with the King in order to be able to understand the King. You have to first have a relationship with him and have that relationship to a degree where you really know him to the best that you can. No one will absolutely know him, but to the best that you can. And the only way you can do that is by submitting yourself completely to his will. Now, I got a sister. Her name is Sister Yoshebed from Chicago, from Cincinnati, Ohio, Sister Yoshebed. And Sister Yoshebed, sometimes when she would pray, from a little group that we were in, she would have the opportunity to pray. And when she would pray, she would talk to the Most High, just like I'm talking to you. She didn't go into any special type of voice or command or language. She would have open dialogue with the Most High, just like I'm talking to you. That's how she talked to the Creator. But she's making prayer for everybody, for the whole community. And she'll sometimes say things like, "Oh, Creator, you see what we need. You know how bad the brother's hurting over here. The sister's in pain. Creator, you see what's going on. Come on now, Creator. Help that brother, help that sister." And she was totally at peace with it. And I respect her for it. That's the way her relationship developed with the Creator. Now, who am I to say she's wrong? So the Most High speaks to us all in different ways. So, sis, I can't answer that question for you. I can only answer that for me. And the Most High has already showed me what it is that I'm supposed to do and how to do it. And I'm satisfied with that. And I do what it is that the Father has for me to do. All right? So you have to find out how the Most High speaks to you. You have to find that language. And the Most High speaks to everybody in a different way, in a different language. Some people, it might be the same way as another person, but nobody's going to have everything the same when it comes to hearing from the Father. Okay? So with the stones, he built an altar in the name of the Most High. And he made a trench about the altar as great as would contain 2 sheaves of seed. But he put the wood in order and cut the bull in pieces and laid it on the wood. Now, the point I want to point out is, look at all that work he did. He did a whole lot of work. He did. She says, I love that. Princess says, I love that. Ima says, I love that. There are times when I'm formal, and then there are times when I just sit and talk, like we chatting it up. I speak to him mostly, though without oral conversation. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Yeah, well, in reality, that's what prayer is. Prayer is when you don't even think about it, and subconsciously your mind is still worshiping and praising and giving glory to the Creator, or whatever it is that you desire from him. It's in your subconscious mind, and it's still actively running through your mind while you're doing whatever you're doing through the course of your day. That's true prayer. That's prayer on its deepest level. So when you get up off the ground from saying all the things that you're saying, and your prayer is still conscious in your mind, that's true prayer. And as he put the wood in order and cut the bull in pieces and laid on the wood on it, and he said, this is Eliyahu talking to the people. What's the name of the lesson? How long will you be limping between 2 opinions? And he said, do it a second time. Fill 4 jars with water and pour it on the burnt offering and on the wood. So he said, put water on top of the offering and on top of the wood. And then he said, do it a second time. And they did it a second time. He said, do it a third time. And they did it a third time. If you notice, a lot of the things that he did in 12s and he did in 3s. He did it in 12s and he did it in 3s. There's a significance to that. So this time he said, do it a third time. And they did it a third time. And the water ran about the altar and filled the trenches also with water. So he soaked it with water. He did a lot before he even commanded anything from the Most High. He did a lot of work. Same thing I'm saying about you in your life that you're living right now. You should put a lot of work into the foundation of serving this king before you just start expecting things from him. And most of us don't put a lot of work into the foundation. Most of us just want the Most High to accept us as we are because that's what church taught you. And the Most High don't play that game. The Most High say, you be right before you come to me. You be right. These two men that were standing by the Ark of the Covenant as the Ark was being dragged on the back of oxen, on a cart being pulled by oxen, the cart began to fall. This one man reached out and stopped the Ark from falling. He was doing a noble thing to hold the Ark up from the Ark falling on the ground. He was doing something noble. But the Creator took his life immediately, and he died from his nobility. The Creator just don't want you to come to him any old way that you are. He wants you to be appropriate. Two of the sons of Aharon approached the Most High in their drunkard state, lost their life. The Most High don't play that. So how much more if a priest or someone who represents him comes before him unclean? And that's who you are. You're supposed to be someone in a righteous state, worshiping, praising, and honoring the Most High. Get it right, family, before it gets you. Get it right. Because nothing is guaranteed in life except death. Nothing is guaranteed in life except death. And why would you die when you can avoid it? Well, why would you, let's say, we're not even talking about physical death. We're talking about a mental, spiritual death. Why would you die if you can avoid it and still live in life and get the fulfillment of life? So Eliyahu went and got all his stuff, dug trenches around the altar, told him to pour water on it, and built it all up, soaked it up with water, and they did it. And at the time of the offering and oblation, Eliyahu, the prophet, came near and said, now watch how he approaches unto the Most High. He says, "O Most High, power of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yisrael." He says, "Let it be known this day that you are Elohim, Ha Elohim in Yisrael, El Elohe Yisrael, and that I am your servant, and that I have done all these things at your word. Answer me, O Most High. Answer me, that this people may know, that this people may know that this people may know, O Yotzer, that they may know you, Yohe-Wahe, are Ha Elohim, and that you have turned their hearts back." Now, a lot of us will read that and not fully understand the significance to what he just said. Now, I'm going to break it down for you. He says, "Answer me, O Yohe-Wahe, O Creator, answer me, that this people may know that you, Yohe-Wahe, are Ha Elohim, and that you have turned their hearts back." A lot of people think that this is something that they do in committing evil and wickedness, but it's not. It is something that the Most High does, causes you to fall victim to sin because you have chosen to give something or someone else your power or the praise that belong to him. And you got to be careful about that, because all praise belongs to the Most High and none other. I want to show you something one more time. Well, all right, I'll try to make it quick. Uh, Never mind. Just know that Ha Elohim is all over the place. And all through that verse, it talks about Ha Elohim. Not just Elohim, but Ha Elohim. That thou answer me, O Yotzer, answer me, that this people may know that you, Yohe Wahe, are Ha Elohim. It says that in Hebrew. And when you get a chance, you might want to look it up. Let me show y'all. I just can't tell you. I got to show you. Give me a second so I can show you. Because I just me telling you, I'll just take the time and I'll show you exactly what it says rather than telling you. Okay. This is the word Yehi. And Yahi, this verb right here means to be. All right. Yihi. Yihi ye, yihi ya. This word Yihi, it means to be. And it means that you are Ha Elohim. Anybody who reads Hebrew, you take that to them, pull out this particular place where we at, 4th hour, 8th second, 8th minute, and 23 second in the video. Pull it out and ask them what that says to them. Ki ata, you are Ha Elohim. The Most High is just not Elohim. The Most High is Ha Elohim. He's the Elohim. And that's what so many people fail to know about the Creator. They think when they say Elohim that they're logistically or legally, spiritually correct to just say Elohim, but you can't. When you're referencing the Almighty, it's Ha Elohim and no other. So you can find it all through the scriptures. The second time Prince bringing that point out, but you can look at all through the scriptures and see where the Most High lets you know that he is Ha Elohim. All the prophets, all the great men of Israel, they all knew that Ha Elohim was the creator and not just Elohim. But most of us are just taught about Elohim, and very few of us have been privy to be taught about Ha Elohim. All right, so let's move forward. Let them know that you are Ha Elohim. Verse 37. Answer me, O Most High, Yohe Wahe, answer me, that this people may know that you are Yohe Wahe, our Elohim, and that you have turned their backs. The Most High will give you over to your desire. So our people's desire, time, and energy at this particular time was put into idolatry. So what the Most High do? He turned them over to their idolatry. That's why I asked you to go on a fast for 3 days and ask the Most High to guide you in righteousness, to let you know if what you're doing is not of him, if it's not your truth, his truth. Because you don't want to just presume that you know, because a lot of times you'll be walking on in your sinful actions because the Most High gave you over to your sin because you did not give yourself willingly and submit yourself to him. But we have the opportunity to do so. The worship of other deities seemed to be the one consistent similarity with the Old Testament and New Testament. That's right. That's absolutely right. The worship of deities, period, is what the problem is. But the Most High has turned your hearts back because you didn't give him the best of you. Then the fire of the Most High, it fell and consumed the burnt offering and the wood and the stones and the dust and licked up the water that was in the trench. Man, look. Without a doubt, the Most High let the earth know at that particular time who he was. The fire fell so hot from the heavens. I wonder how anybody still in the mountain could have survived that heat. Probably because it was a direct energy concentrated toward the Most High's purpose. And that was to burn up everything that Eliyahu offered up to him, to show that he, Eliyahu, was the Most High's servant, and that he, the Most High, was the only one worthy of praise. fire came down from the heavens and sucked it all up. It even burned up the stones. Did y'all hear that? It says consumed. It consumed even the stones, all the burnt offerings, everything, and licked up the water that was in the trench. And when all the people saw it, remember those altars that I spoke about earlier that was being built? Right here is when they were being built. And all the people saw it, they fell on their faces and said, Yo, hey, wah, hey, he is Ha Elohim. The Most High, he is Ha Elohim. And if you look that up in Hebrew, it will say Ha Elohim, Ha Elohim, Ha Elohim. That's exactly what it would say. But at that moment was when those altars that I spoke about was actually being built. They witnessed it. And they returned back to the Most High. Beautiful sight. Beautiful sight. They say the Most High won. El Elohe Yisrael won, hands down. And Eliyahu said to them, Seize the prophets of Baal. Let not one of them escape. And they seized them. And Eliyahu brought them down to the brook Kidron and slaughtered them there. Well, let me ask you a question. Was Eliyahu a righteous man before the Most High? Why is he out killing people? Sometimes people got to die. Sometimes they got to die. But it's not about murder, because that wasn't murder. These people was worthy of death because they was leading the people astray. So therefore, they was worthy of death. Thus saith the Most High. They were teaching the people to commit idolatry. And the Father didn't want that. The people was led astray because their leadership was so far off cue. The Most High let that righteous man take the life of those wicked people who was teaching idolatry to the children of Yisrael. Eliyahu took him down there, and now Eliyahu running the show. That's how much respect the people have for Eliyahu. Especially after an event such as this, Eliyahu said, Take up these prophets and put them to death. And they did so. They killed them. They gone. Probably so. No, that's Kishon. That's a different one. Kishon. That's a different brook. And Eliyahu said to Ahab, Go up, eat and drink. Look at him commanding the king. This man ain't no joke. Now he commanding the king to go eat and drink, for it is sound of rushing of rain. So Ahab, who was the king, ran back to prepare for the rain that Eliyahu said was coming. So Ahab went up to eat and drink, and Eliyahu went up to the top of the Mount Carmel, and he bowed himself down to the earth and put his face between his knees. What did he do? He bowed himself down to the earth and put his face between his knees. So now it's time for the man that was honored to honor the Most High. You see what I'm saying? He prostrated himself above the earth. He bowed himself down to the earth and put his face between his knees. And he said to his servants, Go up now, look toward the sea. And he went up and looked and said, There is nothing. And he said, Go again 7 times. And at the end of the 7th times, behold, a little cloud like a man's hand is rising from the sea. And he said, Go up, say to Ahab, Prepare your chariots and go down, lest the rain stops you. And in a little while the heavens grew black, and the clouds and the wind, and there was a great rain. And Ahab rode and went to Jezreel. Now Ahab had left, and the hand of the Most High was upon Elijah, and he gathered up his garments and ran before Ahab to the entrance of Jezreel. Now Ahab is probably on a horse in a chariot. Eliyahu was on foot, but he beat Ahab to that entrance. That's deep. That's deep. Ahab told Jezebel all that Eliyahu had done and how he had killed the prophets with the sword. Then Jezebel sent a messenger to Eliyahu saying, "So may the gods do to me, and more so, if I do not make you your life as the life of one of them by this time tomorrow." You talk about a woman outside of her place. That is definitely, Jezebel was definitely a woman outside of her place. But why she was so comfortable being outside of her place is because her husband allowed it to be. He allowed her to be the decision maker in the household. He allowed her to have the authority and power over people where she would take people's lives. But now she's threatening the prophet of the Most High. Something that absolutely should not be done. Then Jezebel sent messengers unto Eliyahu, saying, "So may the gods do to me, and more so, if I do not make your life as the life of one of them by this time tomorrow. You killed my 450 prophets of Baal. How dare you? Who are you? I'm going to kill you for this, Eliyahu." Then he was afraid, and he arose, and he ran for his life and came to Beersheba, which belongs to Judah, and left his servants there. He left his people into Beersheba. See, that's a good leadership. What the good leadership did was he took his servants and put them in a place where they would be safe. And then he went on to another place to do what he had to do. Bad leadership, y'all will all run together and he will just leave you. Don't even care where you at. Don't even think about where you at. He might call you up later on that night and say, "Hey, you made it home? Did you make it home?" See, this is how I think. Good leadership is good leadership all the time. They will make mistakes, but they're still good leadership. It's certain principles that good leadership will not miss out on. Like, for example, if you got a husband and your husband is in the car with you and he takes you back home, just so you can go in the house to do whatever you got to do, but he got somewhere else to go. If he takes you to the door of your house and then pulls off, he's a bad husband. He's bad leadership. He's not the one. But if he drops you off at your house and sits there in the car while you go in the house and then leaves, then he might be all right. You working with something. See, people got to be able to watch for little telltale signs to see the character of an individual. Y'all gonna leave Eliyahu alone, talking about why he run after she said he done did all that stuff. Now he run after the queen said she ready to kill him. Y'all got to remember who has power and control in that particular place at that time over the people. And Eliyahu ain't no fool. He knew it was better for him to preserve his life by fleeing rather than just sitting there and fighting all those individuals. Although he could have won, because he could have went up on the mountaintop, called out to the Creator, and the angels from heaven could have went down and fought his battle for him. But he didn't. He didn't go that route. He fled. And we know that to be true because it's happened before. He knew what he was doing. But he himself went on a day's journey into the wilderness and came and sat under a broom tree. So how afraid was he really? He went into a day's journey in the wilderness and sat underneath of a tree. He wasn't by his men. He didn't have no soldiers watching him. He went himself by himself in the wilderness. So he wasn't too afraid. And came and sat under a broom tree. And he asked that he might die. He's tired of this. He doesn't want to keep living the life that he's living. Most individuals, and I will say this, and I'll say this real carefully, most individuals that the Most High utilizes to bring about greatness to the people would rather be doing something else. They would rather be doing something else. First of all, the people show you almost no respect. The people almost give you no respect, no courteous, no nothing, man. It's just horrible. And everybody expects something from you. Always. And when your time comes that you don't give them what they think that they are entitled to from you, that respect that they share turns into hatred. And I don't care how much you do for a person, they will begin to feel entitled as if you owe them. And that's sad. And that's sad. And he asked that he might die. Eliyahu was tired of it. It is enough. Now, O Most High, now he's at his misery point where he's ready to give up. So the Most High needs to send him somebody because he needs some encouragement. He needs somebody to talk to him. And let's see who talks to the high man when the high man is in position. O Most High, take away my life, for I am no better than my fathers. And he lay down and slept under a broom tree. And behold, an angel touched him and said to him, arise and eat. And he looked, and behold, there was at his head a cake baked on hot stones with a jar of water. And he ate and drank and lay down again. And the angel of the Most High came again a second time and touched him and said, arise and eat, for the journey is too great for you. And he arose and ate and drank and went in the strength of that food for 40 days and 40 nights to Horeb, the mountain of Ha Elohim. That's deep. That's deep. You know, it's so much for us to get out of this. When he grew faint, the Most High visited him. The Most High sent an angel to come unto him. And that angel, when he came, he spoke to him. And he gave him all that he needed. All the information, all the help that he needed was given to him. There was a place where he sat in time where it was nothing. It would look like anything. What was there to eat? What was it for him to eat? There was nothing for him to eat. And guess what he did? He cried to the Most High, and the Most High gave him something out of nothing. The angels came, and the angels fed him. Now I want to read this last verse. Verse 8. And he arose and ate and drank and went in the strength of that food 40 days and 40 nights at the mount of the Elohim. It doesn't say that. It says at the mount of Elohim. He went to the mount of Elohim. That's what it says in English. But in Hebrew, it says he went to the mountain of the Elohim in Horeb. The Elohim in Horeb. That's why I pulled that up to show you that in Hebrew it's very specific when it says a Elohim or the Elohim. And so many people want to pinpoint and say it doesn't make a difference it doesn't matter. So if it doesn't matter, why is it there? Why does the Most High allow it to be brought out in a manner that He is if it doesn't make a difference? Absolutely. The Most High sent him a messenger, someone that was worthy of speaking to him. It says, and then he came to a cave and lodged in it, and behold, the word of the Most High came to him, and he said to him, what are you doing here, Elijah? Eliyahu? He said, I have been very jealous for the Most High and Elohim of hosts, for the people of Israel have forsaken your covenant, throw down your altars, and killed your prophets with the sword. Let me share something with you. Evil people will always try to tear down the workings of righteousness because they're wicked. And a lot of these evil people will be coming to you saying shalom. A lot of these people will be saying that they're keeping the Shabbat right next to you when you're worshiping and singing and dancing and praising the Most High. The very people that you put your trust in will be the very people to tear you down when you start doing better than them, or when you start living better than them. They want to smoke and they want to drink, and you might used to smoke and you might used to drink, but the moment you tell them you're not smoking and drinking no more, they're going to try to convince you that you need to start smoking and drinking. They're going to be smoking around you and drinking around you, hoping to change you from what you have made up your mind that you're going to better yourself, so you cut it off. They will have no problem with it, and they will get you back out there. If you're not strong enough, you will become a smoker and a drinker all over again. After you conquer that hurdle and said, I'm letting it go, they will get you back out there if you're weak and if you give them the opportunity to. Those are the true haters in life. When you elevate to a certain level and they have not elevated to, they don't want to see you get there, so they'll attack you and try to bring you down to their level back again, because that's where they liked you at the best. You changing, you fronting, who you think you are? You changing, you fronting, who you think you are? Oh, you somebody different, huh? You've been redeemed. These be the people that's in your circle, that's the closest ones to you at all times, all the time. They will say shalom to your face and then talk about you when you walk away. Vetting your people is imperative, and testing them continually. You must do that because they're coming. They'll be the same ones that tear you down. And behold, the Most High passed by, and a great and strong wind tore the mountain and broke it in pieces. And he said, go out and stand on the mountain before Yohewahe. And behold, Yohewahe passed by, and a great strong wind tore the mountain and brake in pieces the rocks before the Most High. But the Most High was not in the wind. And after the wind, an earthquake. But the Most High was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake, a fire. But the Most High was not in the fire. And after the fire, the sound of a low whisper. And when Eliyahu heard it, he wrapped his face in his cloak and went out and stood at the entrance of the cave. And behold, there came a voice to him and said, what are you doing here, Eliyahu? He said, I have been very jealous for Yohewahe, Ha Elohim of Israel of hosts, for the people of Israel have forsaken your covenant. Do you see the love that he has for his people? Do you see the passion inside of him, the extremes he go to for the people, the children of Israel? And these same children are trying to kill him. But he loves them. And that's probably why the Most High chose him. For the people of Israel have forsaken your covenant, thrown down your altars and killed your prophets with the sword. And I, even I only, am left, and there seek my life to take it away. But the mistake he made was thinking that he was the only one. And a lot of us think that we're the only one, and we're not. And the Most High said to him, go on your way to the wilderness of Damascus. When you arrive, you shall anoint Hazael to be king over Syria, and Jehu, son of Nimshi, you shall anoint to be king over Israel. And Elisha, the son of Shaphat of Abin Meholal, you shall anoint to be a prophet in your place. And the one who escapes from the word of Hazael shall Jehu put to death. And the one who escapes from the sword of Jehu shall Elisha put to death. Yet I will leave 7,000 in Israel, all the knees that have not bowed to Jesus. Oh, I'm sorry, not Jesus. To Allah. Oh, I'm sorry, not Allah. To Buddha. Oh, and every mouth that has not kissed him. That's deep. That's deep. And a lot of us, that will go right over our heads because we don't understand what the Father is saying. He's saying that there's a lot of people who never practice idolatry in this earth, even in today's time. Sometimes you think you're the only one that got away from practicing idolatry, but you're not. So many others have gotten away. So he departed from there and found Elisha, the son of Shaphat, who was plowing with 12 yoking of oxen in front of him. Now, Elisha don't know Eliyahu from a can of paint, lucite paint. He don't know him. He probably more than likely heard of him, but he didn't know him. So a strange man is walking up to him at this time and going to speak some words to him. And let's see what happens. So he departed from there and found Elisha, the son of Shaphat, who was plowing with 12 yokes of oxen in front of him. Now, Elisha, why are they mentioning that Elisha is plowing with 12 oxen in front of him? I want to make this clear so that you all understand, so that you never have to question again. This is showing Elisha's status in wealth. It's showing that he's coming from a wealthy family. Elisha family got some bucks, if not just Elisha himself. More than likely, he was a young man still at home with his parents. But Elisha's family had some bucks. But Elisha is going to leave all that money behind to walk with Elijah. Because Elisha, contrary to what a lot of you may believe, understand that service to the Most High is greater than any financial wealth that you can gain. Elisha walked away from all that money to serve the Creator at the word of a man that he didn't even know. Deep. He only heard about the man. But here you are right now, stuck under your family because you can't leave them. And you know that the man that's calling your name is a man of the Most High. You know it, but you refuse to let it go because you're afraid. Elisha didn't have that problem. Elisha didn't have that problem. Elisha said, I'm willing to leave all this behind. He lived with his parents. He knew all of his family. He was raised up with them all of his life. But he did not let that stop him from being the best version of himself. And when he left his family behind, his spirituality went through the roof. It went through the roof so much that he was able to bring a man back to life that had once died. This is deep. Elisha came from a wealthy family. He was plowing with 12 yokes of oxen in front of him, and he was the 12th. Eliyahu passed by him and cast his cloak upon him and left the oxen. He left the oxen and ran after Eliyahu and said, "Let me kiss my father and my mother, and then I will follow you." And that's how you're supposed to be when you know that this man is a man of the Most High. You don't allow your parents or your family to hold you hostage from your destiny. And a lot of us won't see our destiny because we're too family oriented, where we want to stay underneath of our family because there's comfort, there's safety there that we think. We don't want to go out into the wilderness and experience life other than the life that we have experienced being wrapped up underneath of our family's wing. The Most High is calling you. He put that energy in your spirit to get you to get up and go. But you're afraid to get up and go because you don't want change in your life. A lot of people say they want change, but they don't really want change. They don't really want change. What they want is comfortability. They want to be able to do what they've been doing, the way they've been doing it, and where they are. That's what they want. But the Most High, when you say you set your mind to serve him, he demands you to change. No matter how perfect you think you are, there's so much more perfection that the Most High needs to bring in your life. And then you will begin, when the Most High begins to work with you, then and only then will you truly begin to see how imperfect you really are. This king is awesome. How long will you be limp between two opinions? If the Most High be who we say he is, Ha Elohim, Ha Borei, Ha Shemayim, the power, the creator of the heavens, if he is who we say he is, then this is where you should be. Y'all got to understand. When you have the opportunity to serve the creator, you take that up on every leg, every juice, every energy you got, you do so. And don't let nobody turn you away from that opportunity. The problem is not a lot of people get that opportunity. But when that opportunity comes in your life, that's where you need to be, calling the Most High up on his promise. How many of our people will leave wealth to follow the Most High? Almost none of them. Almost none of them. Obadiah Ben Lewi, Shabbat Shalom. Almost none of them. And that's just the way it is. And that's why I point that point out. I brought that point forward because that's a fact with our people. We are locked in on wealth and luxury and pleasure, so much so that we will disrespect the Most High to his face to maintain that wealth, luxury, or pleasure, or to obtain it. If we don't have it, we'll sacrifice the laws of the Most High to get it. We will, in the most part. Not even understanding that the Most High is our provider. Even if we got that wealth, it would flee from us so quickly because we're foolish and we don't know how to maintain it. Elisha passed by him and cast his cloaks upon him, and he left his oxen and ran after Eliyahu and said, "Let me kiss my father and my mother, and I will follow you." And he said to him, "Go back again, for what have I done to you? That is disrespectful." And he returned from following him and took the yoke of oxen and sacrificed them and boiled their flesh with the yokes of the oxen and gave it to the people, and they ate. Then he arose and went after Eliyahu and assisted him. And I bet I just read that, and most, I would say 99% of y'all didn't see the message and all that. He just took his wealth and distributed it amongst the people who needed it more than him. Did y'all see that? He took the 12 oxen all the cattle. He cut them up and gave it to the people. He showed acts of kindness. He did what we just read earlier about Isaiah 58. It was his personality. And he fed those people who were in need, and then went and followed the prophet of the Most High. Now, you'll read over that all day and all night and won't see that. And he gave it to the people, and they ate. Then he arose. After they were fed, after he provided their needs, then he got up and rose and went after the prophet Eliyahu and assisted him. We're going to stop our readings right there. So, Creator willing, if it is the Most High's will, in Yotze Yotzer, next week, we're going to start in 1 Kings chapter 20, if it is his will. All right. Let's ask, are there any questions, anyone? Do we have any questions, any comments? Are there any questions or comments, family? And Ema, if it's some other people comment and say some stuff that you want to post, you can take and put them up there. Are there any questions or comments, family?
No, I don't see any.
Today, did you want to say something, Ema?
Oh, I was just saying I don't see any other comments that you didn't already acknowledge and questions. But
Okay.
awesome lesson, great lesson.
Awesome lesson, great lesson.
Yeah, because it just shows you like the true service of the Most High. Like you can't. A lot of times, a lot of people, they'll sit back, like you're saying, and try to weigh what they're gonna lose out if they go, become the Most High's true servant, not knowing all what they gain. But it's not an easy task, and that's why the Most High knows who to choose. You know.
Absolutely. The Most High knows what he's doing. So there's a couple questions there in the room. Can you put up those questions, please? I see the king of Israel and the king of Syria, but what about the king of Judah? We're not dealing with the king of Judah right here at this place. King of Judah will come about later. He's not even to be mentioned right now. We're not dealing with him. Okay. We're not dealing with the king of Judah at this time. We're only dealing with the king of Syria and Israel, because that's Israel, that side of the nations. All right. Shabbat Shalom again. Why did Eliyahu? I'm sorry, Ema, I moved too fast. Put that back up, please. Whatever scripture that was you had. For on which tribe was Elisha? He would have had to have been a Levitical tribe, just like Eliyahu. He would have had to have been a Levitical tribe, because the prophets, 99% of all the prophets of the Most High were Levites. So more than likely, he would have been a Levite. And Ema, can you pull that other portion back up? Okay, or neat. Man, I've read that scripture so many times, but this time so many things were revealed that I didn't see before. The way you broke that piece down was masterful. The Eliyahu, the priest of Baal, is one of my favorite stories. Toda again for an excellent class. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. All right. And this came from Sister Ima Daracia. Shabbat Shalom again. Why did Eliyahu fear this woman, knowing the power of the one that serves? And right after I am showed this great power, Why would he hide from Jay? Will you elaborate on? Why would he hide? Okay, you got to remember this. Let's remember this. Pay close attention. Go back to that verse if you know where it is, but pay close attention. Eliyahu was responsible for more people than just himself. He had a lot of his people, his men with him at this particular time. New believers, people who left idolatry, and they decided that Eliyahu was the man because remember when he first came, he was by himself. But others saw what he did, recognized who he was, and they gravitated to him to turn back to the Most High. Remember the pillars that was built? That was the minds of man. He was returning those people back to them, to the Most High in their minds. Well, those people now can cohabit with wickedness and idolatry because Jezebel's going to be mad. They're trying to live a righteous life and run away from the idolatry that Jezebel so graciously accepts. That's going to make them enemies to Jezebel. So now Eliyahu had all these people. He had to look out for them. It's not necessarily saying he was fearful for his life. He was really fearful for what Jezebel and her men would do to all the people that he had there with him. So in his mind, he felt it was best to flee. So he fled. And when he fled, if you watch it, he fled to Judah. And he left those people in Judah to safety. Remember Prince said that? He left them to safety. And then Prince went off talking about how proper leadership look out for the people and make sure a woman is safe when she's walking in her home. That's what he did. He left them to safety and then he went to the wilderness. And then I said, how afraid was he really when he went right back into the wilderness? He wasn't afraid to that point. He fled. He did what he knew what was best. May the Most High be praised. But thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. If you go back and you read that scripture, you'll see where he took all his people that was with him, dropped them in Judah, and then he went back into the wilderness like nothing ever happened because he trusted in the Most High to be his provider. All right. Read on, please. Next question. Next comment, babe. Ima.
Did you answer that one? I didn't put it twice. I wasn't sure.
What you put up twice? From which tribe was Elisha? Yes, Lewi. He would have been from Lewi. Mora Petters.
Hey, that was an old text. I was saying Moreh Mishael as one of them.
Oh yeah. We already know. And please forgive me for not even mentioning his name. I didn't mention a lot of people that I already know were great, powerful leaders of Israel. And Moreh Mishael would have been one of the great, powerful leaders of Israel in our recent time. Yes, absolutely. Moreh Mishael, my hero, my man. That was my man. And yes, he was one of those great men that Prince was speaking about earlier. He was one of them. And that's a fact, without a doubt. So just letting you know, because we got like 2,000 people in the room. So just letting you know, when we close out class, don't leave early because we got a commercial at the end of the class now for all to watch and to see, to learn, to grow, to understand. And if you choose to contribute, wait till after the sunset and then give your donation. May the Most High be praised. Yeah, but we got a commercial going to come on after the class goes off today. We got an intro and an exit. May the Most High be praised. We like making changes. We're doing things. We're showing y'all our appreciation. So as we grow, you grow. May the Most High be praised. What's the other comment or question, family? What's the other comment or questions? Elisha was from the tribe of Issachar. Ima said that she checked Ima, can you find those places that you checked and bring it up here so we can read it? You said articles. You mean outside of Torah? Ima, I tell you what. Let me pass you the mic, Ima. And if you can, just if you can, could you just come on and read whatever it is that you found and let us hear what it is that they had to say? Because Elisha was the Tishbite. So let's see what they say. Issachar was not out of the tribe of Levi. Issachar was a different tribe of Israel. He was an Israelite, but Issachar would have been another tribe. So Ima, Aim Kater, is it possible you can come on and read the information that you found, saying what tribe Elisha was from? Toda Rabbah. I just put the link in the room, Aim. "99% of every prophet that the Most High had was out of the tribe of Levi. 99% of them. Not 100%, but 99% of them. But I need, because I've always understood Elisha to be of the tribe of Levi. But if I'm wrong, I need to be corrected. So I would love to hear this information. May the Most High be praised, sis. Toda Rabbah. Yeah, I would love to see that information. I mean, I could be wrong, Aim. I just want to hear what it is that you had, what you got your research that you were doing your reading from. I would love to see what scriptures they used to verify what tribe Elisha was from. I would love to see that. And Elisha was one of the greatest prophets. One of the greatest. Now, Daniel was a prophet, but Daniel was out of the tribe of Judah. We know that. So not 100% of the prophets was out of the tribe of Levi, but most of them were. Most of them. Yirmiyahu, he was out of the tribe of Levi. And I believe Isaiah, was too. Let me check on Isaiah, see what tribe Isaiah was from. I think he was too, out of the tribe of Levi. Let me check. The son of Amos, which was concerning Judah. The days of Jeroboam, Amos. I believe Isaiah was a prophet. Out of Levi as well. So you got me doing a little quick search. Yeah, Isaiah was out of Levi as well. Let me read. Elders of the priests covered the sackcloth to Isaiah, the prophet, the son of Amos. Yes, Isaiah, the son of Amos, the son of Hezekiah, to Hezekiah. No. Yeah, I believe Isaiah was a priest as well. But we know Jeremiah was, Yirmiyahu, without a doubt. All right. So is another comment? Aim, did you find that information, Aim? Lost but not found. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, lost but not found. Tell the boys I said Shalom. Yes. All right, I'm gonna look it up while AIM looking it up. I'm gonna go and look it up and see which tribe, if I can find briefly what tribe he was from. The first thing I found said he was from the tribe of Issachar, as he is identified as Elisha. Elisha was from the tribe of Issachar, as he was identified as Elisha, son of Shaphat of the tribe of Issachar in the book of Kings. Now we got to look that up. He was from Abin Abel Mohelel, a region belonging to the tribe of Issachar. But just because he lived in that region doesn't mean he was from the tribe of Issachar. But we need to look it up. Let me see. Elisha, the son of Shaphat. So maybe we can find it that way. All right. Let me pull up Elisha, the son of. Hold on. Let me find out. And if y'all put anything in the room, I wouldn't be able to see it. Y'all gotta you gotta speak up if something goes on that I need to, because I'm away from the screen right now. All right, let me see if I can find it. All right, Elisha the son, Elisha the son of Abimelech, should thou anoint to be prophet in his room, the son of Shaphat, who was plowing with the 12, the son of Shaphat, which poured water. It still doesn't say that Shaphat was out of Issachar. The season that Elisha said unto, according to the time. No, I don't see anywhere. Elisha, the son of Shaphat, and shall stand. Elisha sat in the house, and the elder. I don't see anything that says Elisha was out of the tribe of Issachar in scripture. I don't see it. But that's what they say when you look it up on the internet. And I won't accept that until I see something in scripture to say what tribe he was from, or maybe in scripture what tribe his father was from, and then that would verify their claim. And they don't say that he may have been, they say he was from that tribe, and then they say according to the book of Kings. And I didn't see it in the book of Kings. Did you notice that most of the Nabaim, most of the prophets, were commissioned to call the people back to repentance? Absolutely. That like this was a continual office that Yah had in place for each generation. Hosea chapter 6, you will be absolutely correct. That's exactly what it is. That's the purpose of a prophet. That was his job, so that when the people fell off and got astray, they would bring them back unto the order of the Most High, unto the service of the Most High. Absolutely. All right. So anyone else can verify that? If anyone can bring that up? Great. Wonderful. Wonderful. May the Most High be praised. That's good. Shabbat Shalom, brothers. How y'all doing? Shabbat Shalom. So if we can't find that, are there any other questions or comments that anyone has that maybe we can address and answer, or attempt to get an answer to today? Is there anyone else with any other questions or comments? Are there any other questions or comments, family? If there are no other questions or comments, then we're going to call it a day, call it a wrap, close it out. And we stopped today on, I believe it was 1 Kings chapter 20. Yes, all Israelite born shall afflict their soul on the day of atonement. All all Israelite born shall afflict their soul on the day of atonement. May the Most High be praised. All right, Ima, would you like to close us out with prayer, Ima?
Shalom, Cain, I can.
Now, after prayer, y'all, don't be so quick to leave because there's a commercial coming on after prayer. One that we would like for you all to watch and give your opinion on. And remember that once we leave and we close out and the commercial is over, whatever you type in the room, we can still see. So please give your opinion on the commercial once you see it. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Oh, Heavenly Father, we open up our hands unto you. We prostrate ourselves and we come before you asking for your permission to approach unto your throne. O Creator, the one who knows, sees, and is all, we give thanks unto you, O Most High, at this time. And we pray that as we come before you, that you forgive us for coming before you in any uncleanliness, O Creator. We ask, O Most High, that you forgive us for all of our sins, those known and unknown, O Most High. We ask that the sins that we have done, O Most High, that you rid them from our spirit, O Most High, so that we do not repeat them, O Creator. And the ones that we do not know of, O Most High, that you also rid them, so that they do not become known unto us, O Most High, and become part of our character. We give thanks, O Most High, for the lessons that you have allowed Ma'ish, the leader of Temple Kifarim, to bless us with this day, O Most High, for guiding and guarding his tongue and his mind, O Most High, for giving him the strength to sit before us, O Most High, in his fasting states. We thank you, O Creator, for the ears that have heard, the minds that have basically taken this message in. And we ask, O Most High, that you allow each and every one of us to apply these lessons to our daily lives. Because to hear and to take it in and to speak it does not mean that we apply it. The application of Torah is what you have set before us. We ask, O Most High, that you be with all those who are in the prison houses unjustly, who are being treated unjustly. We ask that you dismantle those systems of injustice, O Creator. We ask that you, O Most High, be with the sick and shut in. If it be your will, O Most High, heal them and allow them to rise up out of their sickness or affliction and become healthy and praise your name and glorify you for their healing. O Most High, we ask that you be with the widow and the fatherless as they cry out unto you, O Most High, that you allow those who are here on this earth to hear and know their cries so that we can be of help unto them, O Creator. Most High, we ask that you be with our elders. Allow us, when we have been presented with elders, O Creator, to sit at their feet, to gain and garner the knowledge that they have, because when they leave this earth, O Creator, it goes with them. Allow us to be strengthened by your word daily, O Creator. Allow us to be strengthened by those who we sit amongst and be amongst that are walking in the path that we are, O Creator, in righteousness, humbleness, O Most High, before you. Be with all those, O Most High, who are seeking your face, O Creator, on this Shabbat day, who are seeking your face, O Most High, to keep the holy days that are coming upon us. Some of us keep them at different times, O Creator, but we would be with all of them, be with all of us, as we are doing our best, O Creator, to honor and glorify your name. Most High, we ask that you be with our school, the families of our school, our Talmudim, our students, the parents, the Hodorim, and allow us to continue to be a vessel of education for our children, for our future. Allow the educators that come forth every day to give their best. Allow us to be presented to them in a righteous manner, O Most High. And when anything needs to be adjusted, O Most High, that you help us to readjust in righteousness and humbleness and walk in your integrity, O Creator. Most High, I give thanks for all those that you have blessed us with on this earth that have gone on, O Most High. Be with all those who are in mourning at this time, O Most High. Be with my cousins who have recently lost their father, O Creator, a dear and close comrade to my father for over 50 years. Be with them, hold them up, O Most High. Be with my sister Joshua, O Most High, as her family goes through the loss of her Yah brother, O Creator. Strengthen each and every one of them. Strengthen all those at this time at the sound of my voice, O Most High. And for all those that will hear this or watch this YouTube later at a different time, may you continue to watch over us, guide, shield, and protect us. And O Most High, as we constantly pray unto you, that you remove the wickedness from amongst us, from amongst ourselves, within, and for those that are outside of us, O Creator, and allow us to gather in your righteousness. We all say, Toda Rabbah, Most High, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabbah, Selah.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Now, before we close out, family, we want to make sure if there are any questions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what this says. My brother says, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Telling Gilead, Jordan, the ancient historian Josephus and others placed Tishba to be in the region of Gilead near the territory of the Israelites, tribe of Manasseh. Okay. All right. May the Most High be praised. Elisha, Elohim is Savior, the son of Shaphat Abel Meholal of the tribe of Issachar. The comparison, the successor of Eliyahu, 1 Kings 16. Yeah, but none of that says he's from the tribe of Issachar. I don't know why they drew that conclusion. Todah Most High, may the Most High be praised. In back. What's in back? What's aim Katir? What you mean in back? Let me pull that chapter up first. Let me look at it. It's 1 Kings chapter 19, 16 to 19. That's what we just read. 2 Kings chapter 2 to 13. Let me see. Let me look at next. 2 Kings chapter 2. And what was that? 2 to 13. And Eliyahu, son of Elisha, and Eliyahu said to Elisha, tarry here, I pray thee, for the Most High has sent me to Bethel. And Elisha said unto him, as the Most High liveth, as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. So they went down to Bethel. And the sons of the prophets that were at Bethel came forth to Elisha and said unto him, knowest thou that the Most High will take away thy master thy head today? And he said, yeah, I know it. Hold ye your peace. And Eliyahu said unto him, Elisha, tarry here, I pray you, for the Most High have sent me to Jericho, and said, as the Most High liveth, thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. So there came to Jericho. I don't understand why they're asking us to read that. It doesn't mention which tribe he was from, but go ahead on. And Elisha said to Eliyahu, tarry here this day. Okay. 5, and the sons of the prophets, 6. And Eliyahu said unto them, tarry, I pray thee here, that the Most High sent me to Jordan, And he said, As the Most High soul liveth, and as thou soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And they two went on. And 15 men of the sons of the prophets went and stood to view afar off, and they too stood by the Jordan. And Elisha took his mantle and wrapped it together and smote the waters, and they were divided hither and thither, and the two went over on the ground, dry ground. And it came to pass, when they were going over, that Eliyahu said to Elisha, Ask what I will do unto thee before I take away thy. Elisha said, I pray thee for a double portion of thy spirit be upon me. And he said, Thou hast asked a hard thing. Nevertheless, if thou see me when I leave, yeah, but that's all that happens. It doesn't say his tribe, and that's what's causing the problem for me. And it came to pass as they went on and talked, behold, there appeared change chariots and honest and parted the boat for water, and Elijah Eliyahu in a whirlwind into heaven, and Elisha saw it. My father, the chariot as a horseman before, he said more, and took hold of the. I don't know why they say that he is from the tribe of Issachar. And he took up the mantle. Eliyahu went back and stood by the brink of Jordan, and took the mantle of Elijah, Eliyahu, and fell from him, and smote the waters, and said, Where in the Most High is Elijah? He smote another water. They departed hither and thither, and Eliyahu went over. I don't know. I don't know why they say he's from, and then they use that scripture to prove it. I don't know why they did that. Was Shaphat his father from the tribe of Issachar? Shaphat was Elisha's father, but we don't know if he was from the tribe of Issachar, unless there's another scripture that says that Shaphat was from the tribe of Issachar.
But I think that's why she put that up here, saying that that's what you're saying when it says of the tribe of Issachar. You're saying that's not right.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, I couldn't hear. What was you saying just now?
I was saying when AIM put this up here, it says the son of Shaphat of Abeli-Meholah of the tribe of Issachar.
But what?
So he's saying that. I know you're saying you don't see it in the First Kings. I was saying that they're saying this is his father, and they're saying his father is of the tribe of Issachar.
But that's what they're saying. I'm only asking for the proof to back up what they're saying, and I don't see the proof. Now, maybe Shaphat, if I look up Shaphat, maybe I'll see Shaphat from the tribe of Issachar.
Okay.
But I don't see it. No, I don't. No, I don't see it. Okay, wait a minute. Something in First Chronicles, but we don't know if this is the Shaphat, but this is what it says. And the sons of Shechaniah, Shemaiah, and the sons of Shemaiah, Hattush, and what does that say? The great, and Barish, the Neriah, and Shaphat the sixth. No, so Yoel the chief, Shaphat the next, Yer, Shaphat, and Bashi. Yeah, so I don't see anything that says Shaphat. I don't know. I'll look it up later just to get some clarity on it, but I don't see it. I don't see where Shaphat was of the tribe of Issachar, that we will be able to say that as his son, Elisha, will be of the son of tribe of Issachar. But I did see what you put up there, Aim. I did see that when I looked it up. Ezra 10 and 12. All right, let's look up Ezra 10 and 12 and see if Ezra 10 and 12 say it. Post the scripture, bro. Ezra 10 and 12. And I hope we're not getting ready to talk about that, because Ezra was way before this time frame, way after. Ezra 10, verse 12. And they all the congregation asked to say aloud, as the Most High has said, so must we do. But the people are many, and the time is much rain, and not able to stand before the other, neither is his work. I don't understand how those two tie together. Now you got me confused.
No, he just put up there that was for Elijah. That was for Eliyahu.
Well, what was saying what? That Eliyahu was a Levite? Yeah, we cool with Eliyahu. We don't have a question about Eliyahu, but we're trying to find out what Elisha was trying to get on the platform, but I guess not. I don't know why. Aim, let me get you a fresh link and see if I send you a fresh link, would it help? All right, try that, Aim. See if that helps. Okay, that was for Eliyahu. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Try that link right there, Aim. See if that'll let you get on. Oh, okay, we got you. Let me bring you up. You got the floor, Aim. Shabbat shalom, Aim. Aim, we can't hear you. Aim. Aim. Aim, can you hear us? Try unmuting yourself, Aim. Aim, you got to take yourself off mute, and then you're able to speak. Maybe she's not getting good reception, maybe. Aim Katir. Aim, can you hear me? All right, I can't hear you at all. Shalom, Aim. Okay. All right, so I don't know what Aim is. She's not being able to speak today. Aim, can you hear us? I think that's the same thing that happened earlier. Aim, you might want to go out and come back in. Maybe that might help. Go out and come back in. That might help you. I guess you can't hear us at all. Aim, can you hear us, Aim? Try to go out and come back in. And maybe that'll help. All right, it's not working. All right, family. So I guess that's going to be the homework for everyone. Everyone's homework would be for everyone to go and find out, if they can, what tribe Prophet Elisha was from. Because Prophet Elisha was a great prophet in Israel with major responsibility and major work that he's done for the people. I would really be surprised if he's from any other tribe other than Lewi. I would really be surprised. So let's see what we can find. I heard what they said, that he's from Issachar, but I don't accept that just because they say it. Who are they? Got to show me. I would like to see it in the scripture somewhere, what tribe he's from. All right. So may the Most High be praised. We're going to close it out. If there's any questions or comments, please, family, this is your last opportunity to post your questions or comments. You may have been sitting here all day, but that's okay. We would like for you to pose your questions or comments and see where it takes us. If it requires us to be here for another 6 hours, so be it. May the Most High be praised. All right, I don't see any questions or comments. Thank you all for coming out. Ima, did you want to make any announcements?
Guys, reaching out to us if you want to come for the holy days. Yom Teruah is in 11 days. That's it. Sure.
Yeah, please repeat. Holy Days memorial dates. All right, for anyone looking for the Holy Days memorial dates, you can go to the One Nation Calendar Coalition, One Nation Calendar Coalition.com, .org, or .net. One Nation Calendar Coalition.com, .org, or .net.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll get the list of holy days. I believe Yom Teruah is on the 24th of this month. The 24th of September. I believe it's Yom Teruah is the 24th of September.
Okay.
So may the Most High be praised. Any other questions or comments, family? And remember, when we close it out, y'all have a commercial playing at the end of the class. So, it'd be nice for you all to see it. And after you see the commercial, if you have any comments or questions, please type it in the room and we'll still be able to see it. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom Lakim, and thank you all for joining us for another beautiful Shabbat day. May the Most High be praised. Shalom, shalom.
You're playing it?
No, just close it out.
Okay.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. Had a lot to do. You know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah Land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.goshenhebrewacademytemplekefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.